All right, let's party. Wow. For some reason, the counter I have on my stream is not accurate to actual time, so sometimes it gets a little weird. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing, Horror Loving? Noise. Also, congratulations on your first. How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Zetai? How you doing, Baconator? How you doing, Lada? How you doing, Steve? Congratulations on the streak. How you doing, Jay? Also, supremely. Oh, damn, that was a good one. Like, I kind of forget that every now and then I'm technically somebody who practices snapping a bit more than usual. Also, how you doing, Cersei? How you doing? Am I gonna have to learn how to play Tekken? I've played a little bit of Tekken in the past. I'm not good at, like, the only fighting game I've ever been good at is Soul Calibur 4, particularly. But, like, I've been decent at older ones. Older ones. But yeah, I have not tried 8 at all, but I'm a little tempted. I'm a little tempted to get into it just to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Just a little bit. Also, how you doing, Fuber? So, ages ago, someone asked me to describe a circle. I told him it's pointless. Hey, I like that one. This is another dumb one. So yeah, there was a set by, I forget who does these. I wish I had Mantis. No, I wish I had Mantis Shrimp Strike. God damn. All right, I can explain my brain right now. The guild made me work on the Sunday, and because of that, I am in tatters. But I also pretty much did a little bit of soft working because on Saturday as well. Luckily, I do have tomorrow off, which is good. Because boy, howdy do I need something. But here's the good news, everybody. I meant to say like skills and speed, and for some reason, and just like everything just kind of mushed up. How you doing, Charlie? Like everything, I do that sometimes where like I will speak too fast and I'll blend like 8 words together. That's what happened there. I can explain that easily. Yeah, it kind of does actually. I could see why you'd think it looks like the miscasting. It's got similar like proportion energy where it's very top heavy, has like a big funky mask. I can definitely see that. But all right, so I have very good news. I found it's not 100% certain yet, but I believe I found a rigger for cool new hell. Yippee! Let's go. It's going to be expensive because I make horrible mistakes. That's how you doing, Lunar Wind. How you doing? With my entire setup, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, and it's someone really cool. I will not announce who. Not yet. Anyway. With the those flageons still are really nice. Those hold up really well. Those hold up really well. I'm also like, I'm not sure what body I want to paint him as the base. So I'm gonna go with like a dark brown, I guess. Oh yeah, just have me wiggle in the background. I could do that. I could definitely do that. I also like, here's the thing. I think the new HAL will match my taste a lot more, just like the types of things I'm interested in. But it's not like this model's bad. It's not bad. So like, I'm not opposed to like pulling. I'll probably make this guy a redeem, if anything. So don't worry if you're like, oh, but I like outfit. Don't worry, outfit's still real. I still wear regular clothes sometimes. It'll be great. Oh yeah, definitely rest up, yo. Definitely rest up. How much do I understand Hollow Knight? I'm gonna be completely honest. I played like a little bit of Hollow Knight. This is entirely a model I picked up on aesthetics and not because like I think it's a cool game, and it's also, how you doing, Ars? How you doing? Dude, I don't know the miscast shrimp lore off the top of my head, but like, it's a game that I thought was fun, but it's the same thing that happened to a lot of early games when I was like discovering myself in VTubing, where I played it on stream a little bit and I just didn't carry forward with it. I think it's because at the time, and I'm not better at this. Like, I still do this a lot, where if I'm like, oh, I don't think people are enjoying this, I guess I'm not going to stream this anymore. I've done that for a couple of games for various reasons. Some of them I think are legitimate. I think Arcanum is a very cool game, but I think my skill level Arcanum is not enough to stream it. Oh, there's not really. I mean, I think like there was an artist who did a bunch of Hollow Knight style like Trench Crusade models, and I think they started with the Black Grail, and then they also did some New Antioch and some Heretic Legion. I might be getting the exact order of operations for which one was released first, but that's basically the gist. And then someone made minis for it. There's not deep lore. This is the Lord of Tumors in particular. I think it's slightly bigger brush, but yeah. So yeah, that is what I will be painting today. I'm choosing brown as a base. I'm not sure what I'm going to go with this. Also, kind of legitimately, a lot of this is probably also working on things on my desk. Today is a very much, I did not have a lot of time to prep. I've not had a lot of time to prep lately. I've been weirdly very busy. I mean, not even counting like move stuff, just been very busy. Luckily, a lot of that busy is because of like work. I technically already have a Lord of Tumors. I want to use this one for the Great Hunger because it's a Lord of Tumors that does not have any like direct weapons on it. So my thought process is like, oh yeah, no, this would be cool if I ever run Great Hunger Lord of Tumors. I know technically like a lot of people run the Matagog Hag because, you know, it's cool to have a swarm of zombos. That's kind of the point of the Great Hunger. But also you can do a really bitchin' list where you can just give the Lord of Tumors a 12-inch charge and you just be like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about having a horde. I don't give a fuck about this wizard shit. I'm going to play my grail like Wrath Court and it's going to be great. So how you doing, 14? How you doing? Ooh, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I was going to say, they would actually be really, really solid for Mordheim. Like, because that's like infinite Mordheim bits. Which I've also been like, I show these guys on stream. I rediscovered ages ago the Cruel Boys. I'm like, these guys would actually be kind of banging orcs for like an orc mob warband. This guy's kind of perfect as is, though I want to make the bases more Erminy. But even like the generic kind of like fuck you guys with their big goofity shields. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see the big goofity shields. I was like, these are still pretty charming. I still like these. I did a very dumb thing when I got the 3rd edition Age of Sigmar box, and I was like, oh, you know, I know what I'll do. I don't have an order warband. I don't have an order army nor a destruction army for Age of Sigmar. If I got this box, I could begin having one of each. You know, like an idiot. That was a dumb idea I had. How you doing, Matthew? How you doing? And so I ended up weirdly building the Stormcast and not really so much the Cruel Boys. I mean, I built the Cruel Boys. I didn't paint any of them, really. I think I painted like one on stream, kind of, but like definitely not super really legit. How you doing, Matthew? How you doing? Noise. Supremely noisy, in fact. So yeah, those guys are probably going to be repurposed into an orc warband for Mordheim because I have the minis. Also, apparently like a billion people decided to turn those exact models into my local shop. My local shop just doesn't take Age of Sigmar models anymore for pretty much for that reason. So many of them are just Cruel Boys that have been languishing for years. Goopity shields. I mean, they're kind of scary if you're like running into them in like a battlefield. But like if you're just like me looking at a tiny little lad, they got goobity shields. They're very, very nice. Oh fuck. That is do you have a lot of those in like my mini factory? Like are they lost or this is gonna be like it's gonna be like real annoying to pull them back? I'm hoping hopefully it's an annoyance here because goddamn, well, like losing a hard drive really fucking sucks. Like when my computer exploded like the ages ago. At this point, it's been like 3 years. The money part sucked. Don't get me wrong, but there was just some stuff I just couldn't recover. For me, a lot of it was like early VTuber culture things that just like for like a lot of like art and like people putting together like little tier lists and doing like little like posters and stuff for collabs and stuff. And like, oh, that's gone. Luckily, I think I know where I could maybe get it back someday if I ever wanted to spend an ungodly amount of time digging deep. But still fucking blows. Oh damn. Hopefully you can get those back. Okay, hopefully you can get those back. True. Could run them in the swamp though. I will be running them in Mordheim, which is a city. Also, speaking about fun stuff, I got my 3D printer, my resin one set back up. It is currently technically outdoors. I have like a little balcony closet that I just decided to put it in, and I'm going to see how this works. It means it's going to be very temperature sensitive. So I will definitely not be able to print during the winter, and even maybe particularly some cold spring and fall days. But like, you know, if I need to get like a little heater thing for that, that might be a thing. We'll find out. This is all new. This is all fucking new. But yeah. My condolences. Legitimately losing a hard drive real fucking sucks. It really fucking sucks. What do I do here? Oh yeah, I think if I do, kind of want to do like the neck a different color because it's just kind of got like a different look to it. I think I'm gonna do this kind of like a brownish, have the neck kind of be like purplish, and then have what's it called? The head would be bones color. I don't know what I want to do for the antenna. It's kind of interesting because like this is a relatively simple model in terms of like there's not a lot going on with it, just because like, you know, inherently it's very cartoony. We'll see how that looks if I drag it kicking and screaming into. I'm not going for like realism. I never really do. But I'm definitely not painting it like one color for each. Like there is like a quote unquote canon color scheme for this guy, I believe. Like, because I think I can find the art that this is based off of and put it on screen just so you guys get like a general idea of like, and that might even be like good for me, just to figure out what the original people were doing. Well, damn, if there's anything I can help with that, let me know. Let me know. Yeah, Dirge is. I haven't got to play Dirge in so long. I have not played Dirge since Trench Crusade was like. It was still in beta last time I played Dirge. It's just that we've right now Mordheim is the big popular thing in my shop right now, and then eventually a Trench Crusade campaign will manifest soon. Probably legitimately once the Carcass Front stuff comes out. Just because, you know, like war gamers will both play like very old games, but also the allure of new shiny is very powerful. Let's get a smaller brush for some of this. I also found a really lucky thing too. So this guy, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. I originally forgot that the way you're supposed to the fucking Blowjob Brothers is there for no reason. What's it called? I actually did the thing where I did like a thick layer of the speed paint on top of the things, thinking I was supposed to let it dry before I used the alcohol. But in the process of using the alcohol, I did refree these, and I also kind of found this like really kind of neat, like effectively wiping away the layers and still like kind of leaving the crust, like the built up speed paint, which I kind of like the way that looks. So how you doing, Airman Rager? How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? I'm painting ostensibly various things today. This is sort of the main lad, but this is definitely one of those like Hal paints a lot of stuff that's on his desk because I let a lot of things pile up on my desk. So yeah, that's the tricky thing though, because the Black Grail shield is really good, and also it's really fun to use the Beelzebub's axe. Oh nice, what you building? I get they're both really good, and basically every variant is like, yeah, you don't get the cool Black Grail thing anymore. You don't get all these cool items, which is fair, I guess, because you know that's how you gotta balance it. Oh god, that's just fucking worse. I used to kickstart a lot of TRPGs back in the day, like some stuff for like Golden Sky Stories and the Fate, not Fate, like Fate, not like Fate Stay Night as in the TRPG Fate. I kickstarted that, and I just for some reason in my brain just never thought to get like, I guess when my computer stuff got lost, I just didn't have backup copies for some of my like stretch goal kind of deals. I'm sure, depending on how big the Kickstarter was, some of those might be floating around online. You know, you never know. If you've already bought it once, it's fine. It's fine. It's probably fine. Yeah. So like, in theory, this guy might be. Also, this is one of those dudes that like when you take him directly out of the 3D printer, you do not see all of the little mold, like the little like support little divots, until it's too late. Like right before I started painting, I saw those because of the primer. So how you doing, Roland? How you doing? I would like to, because I wanted to make this like a thing. However, I might have missed the time period for when Squids, my wonderful sponsor, was really cool. And if you're poor, you can get minis from Squids, and they're a lot cheaper. There we go. Expert level shilling. I think I might have missed his pre-order window because I've been really busy with a lot of things lately. Life has been very, very much a thing. So if I can maybe get a box, I wouldn't mind getting it. Worst case, I could always see if one of my regular LGSs has one. Yeah, I kind of really was hoping that when they talked about like the Avignon like anti-pope or whatever, that like they were going to be. I thought they were going to be like a whole new sub-faction. I thought it was going to be effectively like Grail Mortals, where it's like, yeah, you get maybe like a couple of regular dudes and they got guns. So like if you were to throw down like, you know, you would have your like plague hounds and whatnot, and then you just have like a couple of chumpos with like regular guns as sort of like fire support, kind of like a combined arms sort of deal. If it's like $300, I might need to wait then, I guess. For context, I mentioned this earlier, and I'll mention this a whole bunch. I found a rigger for my new outfit. And unfortunately, that shit's going to be expensive. So this is, I think, unfortunately, I'm going to be doing a lot of ice soup sort of deals, for a while. Not a lot of fun money spending. I still want to do the Make a Space Marine chapter thing on Tuesday though. Tuesday or Sunday. I don't know which day next week I want to do for that. And if it just means that the minis that come from that get painted later. So how you doing, Halo? How are you doing? Is it? Maybe it's... Yeah, I was going to say it's 300 feels like a lot. So maybe your LGS is trying to rip you off, or maybe it's like the pre-orders are that crazy that they think they can just upcharge. Also, Doc Med Ecal, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. So I'm going to zoom back up to medium because this guy's big enough to probably make that real. Yeah, I thought that they were going to do something, and then they're like, oh, we just made this into a different lord for campaigns, and I was like, that's cool. That's legit. Yeah. So I did my usual thing where I spent all of Saturday like preparing magic cards to sell, which I did, and I basically covered half, which is good. You covered half the rigging cost, which is good, but I will need to figure out how to do other stuff for the rest. No, I'm not gonna get scurvy. Like, I do think I need to quit being a baby back bitch though, and maybe try to do some sort of like subathon, goalathon, thingathon maybe. Okay, yeah, I know like a lot of LGSs have like a. It's also it's very frustrating as somebody who lives in Burgerland because you guys do typically get really good deals. I was showing a UK friend of mine like, oh yeah, like Wayland Games is a thing. Like you live in primo Warham's buying country. Meanwhile, anytime I ever see like a really good deal on a Warhammer model on eBay, I look down at the price for shipping, and it's like an additional $30 because the person's from the UK, and I'm like, fuck. Not their fault, you know. It's just how that kind of thing is, but I'm just like, man, sell a foot pick. No, never. Yes, I might do a thing in the Discord channel where I open up like what would be, because like I'm terrible at subathons. I don't fucking know what people want. I'm sorry. I never know, and I see things that like decide my pizza, and I'm like, do people like that? Is that a thing people want? Because I'm also like a garbage like compactor. I'll eat basically any pizza. It does not affect me negatively. But yeah, it really depends. Like prices for a lot of things for like miniature things really vary all over the place in the US. So it's possible that could be the standard. It could be possible that's just like a local LGS just getting a little into it. Who knows? It's hard to tell sometimes. I do think Squid's my sponsor does a real legitimately very good deals most of the time. Also, thank you, Jay. Thank you. Hey, buy yourself something nice. I will put that directly towards the, like, legitimately and straight towards the rigging funds for sure. Oh yeah. I'm sure what I'm thinking of predates the tariffs as a thing, but you're also not wrong. Yeah, that like, because I remember I haven't ordered directly from them yet, but there is what's the fucking It's like a bunch of like indie people that do like metal sculpts and stuff like that. I'm blanking on the name of the store, but I know one of those places exists, and for a while they're like, yeah, we can't sell to the US for like 2 months while we get this figured out. And they did eventually, and it just kind of meant like, oh yeah, everything's gonna be super duper expensive. Yeah, I mean, it does suck. It definitely does suck being a Burgerlander for like Warhammer stuff. I will say that it could be worse. We could be Australian. I think Australians, based on my limited experience with them, are wonderful, lovely people, and Games Workshop just shoves their hand directly into their ass on the daily for prices. It is. I know the Australian dollar is like relatively weak in the grand scheme of things, but fuck, it's fucking brutal. Fucking brutal. It's real bad. It's real bad. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much the new box is supposed to go. I guess I'll find out. But yeah, like I said, I probably, until I can at least square away a little bit of the new model rig, I probably will not be. At the very least, I could maybe, like this is going to sound really stupid because of how I'm going to phrase this. I could weirdly justify the Armageddon box for myself as like a quote unquote business expense. It's just like, yeah, I'm a VTuber that paints minis. This would be a fun thing to do. And go from there. But like compared to like, cause I've been holding off on, because like originally there was a plan to do more Star Wars Legion, though I have been looking at my shit. I have been looking at my Star Wars Legion shit, and I was like, you know what? I'm not that far off from a Bright Tree army, which is what I was wanting to do. The X factor to this is that I would need to 3D print Ewoks. But I can do messy. Hell yeah. Ah, there we go. Because like the bulk of the cost of that army are 3D printed Ewoks. There's so many in these fucking lists, and each Ewok box is like $50 for 10, and you need like $300 of Ewoks. However, other than that, it's just like Han, Leia, Chewbacca, and the ATST, which I already have from ages past, and like a couple of Rebel dudes, which I think I might have already gotten from the original starter box. I'm like, oh shit, there we go. So Mandos are probably going to be put on hold. And the rise of the Ewoks will be in my near future, which hell yeah, let's go. I do think Ewoks are neat. I find Ewoks like there's some like weird contrarian like stupidness to them that I enjoy. Where it's like they're absolutely fucking goofy, and if you watch any of their movies, they're insane. But there is something I just kind of find weird about them. Yeah. And like, I'm not playing it tournament-wise, so that way if people nearby are like, ah, yeah. Hey, what the fuck? Did the ad? Oh my god, the ad pause didn't work. Whatever. Tries cooking pan and Ewok. You're proud of that one? You shouldn't be. Your ass. So I'm gonna let this guy dry a little bit. Everyday shipping from the UK. Oh yeah, there we go. It's the long haul. You just have to like really hold out, and then all will be well. What color do I want to do for you? Oh yeah, I guess I can go and get that neck. Like I said, I kind of want the neck to be like a purpley color, but kind of brighter. I guess start with a royal purple and build up. Yeah, I don't know. I've really have a hard time finding a reason to switch away from Sunlu, like the Sunlu ABS. I guess, I don't know, maybe it's because I just do nothing but like weird crusty guys. I was thinking Uncrustables, like the fucking little, like the little like crustless PB&Js that you can get in the freezer. And like they're like, I'm sure the Soraya Tech is really good, but I'm very. Sorry, just got a little bit in a place I did not want. I'm a little like not sure if like I would get that and I'd be like, I don't know. I don't feel the difference. I don't feel the quality difference, I guess, potentially. I could totally be wrong though. Hey, let's go. There was an Allison Mole project I was wanting to do ages ago, and I have not done anything with that. It was basically using some of the Neuro Tyrant parts from the Leviathan box and some 3D printed bits to give it legs. Yeah, that's kind of what I heard. I know there's because like there's there is like really, I think I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. I'm gonna delete some of this background shit. Hold on, go man. Sorry, Blowjob Brothers. You'll come back when you come back. There we go. Yeah, there's apparently like a super elite hybrid blend where you take like some of these like really, really crispy high detail resins. And then, did I just miss something on stream? If I did, I'm very sorry. Let me know if I just missed something. I thought I saw a flash, but maybe that might have been me. I was looking down to get some paint. I should probably just make all my alerts just long. That might be better considering how much I need to go down. It's the funny. Did somebody make? I don't know. It's weird thinking about the idea of like horny turnip 28. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I guess technically out of the main war games I play, I guess Trench Crusade is technically the horniest in terms of things because, you know, you got Stigmatic Nuns and you got the Heretic Berserker Lady and whatnot. It's just kind of funny thinking about that, but yeah, it's like 40k is pretty sexless. There's a little bit. It's something that I continue to find very funny as I can read the like. I didn't realize necessarily that like, I guess Dan Abnett's already kind of had a reputation for his version of 40k feeling very different from sort of mainline 40k at this point. Like, I know it's one of the things that, like, a lot of stuff from the setting derives from him. Also, Body Stoner, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. We'll keep an eye out for Mind Stoner as well. Have we seen any? Yeah, listen. I've seen the Diaz Daemonettes. Cool. Excellent. Tell me how old those are. That is one set of models for like that were released like 10 years ago. Hi, how you doing? How you doing? Nice. I will say in advance that I'm not German and I cannot speak German at all. Not that there's anything wrong with like Germans. It's just that like there's always been like some people think I speak German and they get sad. So I'm just letting you know up front. I'm letting you know up front. But yeah, I mean, like sometimes the older Slanesh stuff had tits, but not really. Like, I think that's exaggerated, and even then, that's, like, not a lot. That's not a lot, and that's basically been wiped out, but, like, if you read, like, the stories, too, they're pretty sexless. So how you doing, Katusha? How you doing? But yeah, also there's a lot more people doing, like, pinup models. I mean, there's people that do 40k pinup models, but, like, I feel like the pinup models for Trench Crusade fit a bit better, I guess. Maybe. Like they like, it's like if somebody draws, like, a towel with big tits, you're like, that feels weird, but if someone draws, like, I don't know, a artillery witch with big tits, you're like, oh, yeah, okay. I see the vision. I want this guy's neck dry a little bit. No, let's go to you real quick. I got some purple out. Ew. But yeah, there's been the couple miscellaneous boobs, and I guess you could count Ian Watson, but like, I still don't think that's 40k being horny. I think that's just Ian Watson being horny and then tasked to write a 40k book, you know? Like, I think the Artillery Witch was like legitimately like a really, really good like kind of mascot design for the setting. Because it's very choony, it's very fun, it's very Trench Crusade, and the design is really good as well. It's kind of like the perfect storm for all the little things you would want. So I'm going through this guy and like making the cloak a little brighter in some spots. Nothing super crazy, but like when I did the enamel wash, that tends to darken the capes a little bit and capes and cloaks. So I'm just gonna bring that back a smidgen. Oh yeah. Oh, no, it's a funny little coincidence there. Haha. No, it's a reasonable assumption because of the name. It's a reasonable assumption. But yeah, no, it's something that I let people know just because like I don't want to feel like haha, I'm tricking you. It's like, no. It's Elvish is cool. See, I love scary. I can totally see. I can understand not liking scary. I love scary bullshit. I love horrible meat monsters. Trench Crusade's got a lot of stuff I enjoy, which is nice. Got a lot of good shit. Got a lot of stuff to it. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Kickstarter would have still worked. I think you lose out on a lot of like kind of like very casual appeal. Because here's the thing, even if somebody's like, I will never play Trench Crusade, I am ride or die for 40k for life, you can still show them the Artillery Witch and they'd be like, oh, that's cool. That's neat. I like this. Like, you could probably do that for like a lot of details, but like that's like a real like, oh yeah, like off the cuff, easy thing to grasp onto, which is nice. You do need that. You do need that. Or Smut Hammer. I mean, third-party people have that, but like I said, a lot of times it's just like the guy who just like glued giant tits to his Tau battle suit, and you're like, oh, okay. Tau kind of get it in general, just because like the fandom Tau is really funny because they just become like all sci-fi settings. A lot of sci-fi settings to a certain degree. I can't say all, but a lot of them definitely have like space babes. And 40k doesn't, and like Eldar don't really match space babes, so Tau were kind of like, all right, Tau, you're our space babes now. Like, wait, what? Yeah, you're space babes. Need to sell that many models? I mean, yeah, because like ostensibly not everybody bought in for the artillery witch. Like a lot, I will say a lot of people really just like the big kind of like New Antioch is also designed really, really well. Like, I don't think it was a very much like, let's poach design elements from 40k. I just think it's like when you combine like regular military dudes and also like small scale power armor, people are like, oh shit. So I think New Antioch would have carried pretty hard. Trench Pilgrims were pretty iconic. I know a decent amount of people who got in just because of the Sultanate, because the Sultanate is a very cool faction that you don't really see a lot in things. It's like a lot of people have not played Infinity, so the idea of like a primarily like Muslim faction in a war game, which is actually still also pretty common once you get the historicals. But once again, those are very niche markets in the grand scheme of things. Codex Space Amazon. No, I mean, if you want Amazons, you play Blood Bowl. If you want Amazons, you play Blood Bowl. So this guy at one point had an axe on his back, and I don't know what happened to it. So what I might need to do is just kind of go in there and like maybe make it like a little like just like a weird pulsing thing. Let's see, guys, snooze it. I think unfortunately we're gonna have to hit like a micro ad break because I screwed up the thing at the very beginning. I don't know how I did, but like sure. I might just need to tweak that a little bit. That's fine. Well, let's get you, and also let's get a little bit off. Actually, the cat girl's fair. I have horrible nomad flashbacks because when I tried to get into the game, I played a nomad guy who just hacked all my shit behind like 30 walls and then blew me up. And when I asked for what I could have done, they're like, oh yeah, you're just gonna fuck, buddy. You have a lot of salt in it. It's my fucking cringe button. Oh. But yeah, no, legitimately, if you want Amazons, you just play Blood Bowl. They are a pretty solid Blood Bowl team from what I remember. I know in the versions I played, they had a lot of dodge, which was a really god tier skill, and I don't know if that got toned down in like newer editions. It could have, maybe. Never know. There's still a lot of people playing getting started at Blood Bowl where I'm at. And I'm like, that's someday, but definitely once again, things are getting definitely pausing some shit. Yeah. Got like a little bit of, hold on. Sorry, I'm touching up the dude's hand. Like I said, this is gonna be very much I paint a lot of models today because this is kind of a desk clinging sort of dealio, but it'd be like that. Let's see. It's literally when I was 19, which is 21 years ago. Oh damn, nice. I mean, if you're looking to get into it, I will say that there is a new edition legitimately dropping late this month or early next month. I probably early to mid next month. I know pre-orders are gone up, which I think, like I said, I think I missed some pre-order windows. So, but yeah. Not legitimately probably the best time you could have potentially got back into it. Also, if you need any like advice for, oh my god, gas goals, worth it. This is a big chunk of plastic. That still feels like a lot. But yeah, if you have any questions about anything to do with like the mini paint process, let me know, and I would be glad to help because that kind of thing brings me great joy, sparks great joys. Got you. Yeah, it's orcs versus space marines, and they're doing a thing where effectively what you might have missed is that around like 2000, maybe, I think it's like roughly like 8 years ago at this point. So what they did for 8th edition is they're like, okay, we need to make more. We need to make more, like we basically need to make Space Marine players buy more Space Marines. So they made Primaris Marines, which are kind of like bigger scale ones. They were trying to kind of phase out a lot of kits and stuff like that. So like that was kind of the thing that happened, and they there's like a million billion people getting angry or ride or die for it. The biggest thing for the context for you is that we've reached a point where a lot of people they have their own like mark of armor that's kind of based on Mark IV a little bit. Anyway, they're bringing back older marks as like little bits of like subtle bits to like the shoulders and the arms and like the helmets especially. So it's a very nostalgic kind of leaning new edition, which is neat. Sick. Ooh. Okay. There might be a bit of weirdness next week because I think I've so. Did you guys know that there is a Morkborg video game? I might be playing that next week, and by might, I think I'm going to be playing that next week. So I might shift some things around for a little bit. We might, shake it up. Maybe 2 video games a week for a bit. We'll find out. Yeah, specifically they like straight up reference the second edition like a lot. Like straight up like the box art is very, very similar. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be like, the thing is, I feel like for the most part the actual Trench Crusade people have been pretty good for like making all the various like religions and cultures and stuff in their game pretty legit. I'm sure some people will be like find X or Y thing like offensive or not great, but like I other than people online trying to get like I don't know, angry internet stuff because it's the internet. People are gonna yell for no reason. So they're back too. They're called the Leagues of Votan now. They're less space biker now, and they're more if you're familiar with the idea of like NASA punk, kind of a lot of like very lunar landing sort of like if you remember, maybe it's like some of those like the Lego astronaut sets, like specifically like orange transparent chainsaw. Imagine kind of that aesthetic. That's sort of what the Leagues of Votan are doing. Yeah, very, very cosmonaut. Also, I think we're gonna have a very short ad break coming up soon because the first one did not work. Go men. Yeah, I'm just gonna let's do that, and I will BRB. All right, we're back. Also, Twitch has made me big sad because apparently the 2-minute break did not significantly change the amount of time before the next break. So I'm very sorry. That's going to be coming up again in like a half an hour. I do have a couple snooze. I have like one snooze I use. Fuck. Anyway, So yeah, other big things you might have missed. There's a bunch of Primarchs that are back. Gilliman's back, the Lion's back, basically every of the God of Lion Daemon Primarch's back. Perturabo's coming back. He doesn't have a model yet, but there's very likely he's going to get one at some point soon because they've shown a picture of him and he's like a real big fucker. Like maybe I think I can use my intermediate for these. So yeah, a lot of bullshit's been happening in the setting. Where the fuck is my mahogany? Ew, there we go. Other big things. Those are sort of the bigger ones, honestly. It's like other new factions. I mean, AdMech's a faction since you were last playing. Basically Chaos Space Marines is no longer one big codex. Pretty much you got Chaos Space Marines and then one for each of the God of Lion armies. So you got like Death Guard, Thousand Suns, Emperor's Children, World Eaters. Otherwise, other big shakeups. Yeah, Tower Necrons were already a thing, I think, roughly when you were playing. Necrons are a bit less mindless, but sometimes they can still be mindless depending on the story and where they're at and how badly they awoken. Guard is still a thing, as one does. Yeah, I appreciate the idea of trying to make them look a bit more distinct from other 40k factions. I do wish to some degree they made them a little more dwarfy, but honestly that can be fixed very easily with bits. I had them for a very short period of time, but then I realized I just didn't enjoy painting them. So I kind of, I either traded them into my local shop or I took them to my local club and just kind of gave them away. And, but yeah, if you use some like Caradron Overlord bits or just other kind of more typical fantasy dwarf bits, really helmets kind of do a lot of lifting. Helmets, like alternate helmets, I think really, really help them. There's also probably some conversion kits to make them look more like Deep Rock Galactic. How's it doing, Frankie? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Oh shit, is Warhammer Survivors out? Damn. Let's fucking go. I was like, how is it? I basically missed all of the Skulls announcements just because of reasons. So I was just like, oh yeah, games are real. Games are real. It's fun. Hell yeah, let's go. I did like. It's funny. I've never played Vampire Survivors, but I did play a fuckload of HoloCure. I do really like HoloCure. I forget the last time I played though. I forget the last time I like actively played though. So like I do enjoy those kind of games quite a bit. It's really hard to beat HoloCure because it's like, oh yeah, this is free. Also, there's new content. Also, like, it's just really fun. Like, I'm gonna be honest. If you guys are like, if you're like, I know nothing about HoloLive, don't worry. Still get HoloCure. It's on Steam. It's free. You will waste time and have fun with it. I do like. I think the thing I was weirdly excited about is that they showed one of the stages is just like a desk. Something about that really makes me happy. Like, yeah, this is just a desk. It's fine. It'd be like that. I'm just like, hell yeah, let's go. Sick. So yeah, maybe I'll look into that at some point. There's a couple of games I must play first. Actually, that might be better. Just like fuck around my off time anyway, though. I don't know. I guess technically, if you know what you're doing, those can be like pretty solid yapping games. So. But also, it's not like I'm hard up for games to yap with. But yeah, I might give it a go, depending on the price too. Like I said, a lot of the fun money is pre-spent because a lot of the fun money is pre-spent because of the new model stuff, which I'm very excited about. I kind of assumed it was going to be a long time because like it's like. Finding someone who can rig is tricky because you both have to balance price and then also a lot of times they're like really booked up. Because it's one of those things where people are like, yeah, no, VTubing is dead, but then you try to find anyone who can rig a model and you're like, oh no, they're booked for like a solid like 8 million years. Like, no, still kicking. VTubing's still very much kicking, just kicking maybe in different ways. I'll also have to see if what are the chaos options, because if I have to play nothing but loyalist, I'm gonna weep blood. I'm gonna weep blood forever. I'm assuming it's gonna be like, you know, probably like Space Marine, Sister of Battle, Imperial Guards, Qatari guy, and then maybe I might hope for one singular Chaos Space Marine, maybe. Because I know I think I saw little Corn Berserkers as enemies, maybe. Go Tau. Wait, are there Tau in Warhammer Survivor? Oh yeah. So, oh god. So here's the thing. Oh yeah, there is the Age of Sigmar version too. Yeah. Okay. I could play a Skaven. That would fuck. It's really funny though. So it's like Dead by Daylight is a very interesting museum of like all the various kind of like horror movie icons. So in that sense, Jason being in there is like, you know, a lot of the other big ones have already kind of gotten into Dead by Daylight. What I keep hearing though is that like apparently they fucked up his design, because like I am friends and acquaintances with many a Jason fucker. And it's all some variant of that, like, look how they massacred my boy. Which makes sense, like, you know, if Jason's your Blorbo and they fuck him up, you're like, damn. You know, okay, hold on, we're gonna do a little live check. I've not actually seen what the remake looks like. There's usually rights issues with those. Everything to do with like horror icons are just like a pain in the dick for rights. Let's see, Dead by Daylight, Jason. Huh. Trying to figure out like what's real. Oh, is this it? I'm getting so many different pictures, but I kind of see it. I'm kind of seeing what the issue might be. Hold on. Can I get like an actual? Okay, I'm gonna have to play a fucking official trailer muted for like 0.3 seconds so I can get like an actual like screenshot of the fucker. Of course, they do that thing where he flashes. Okay, so now okay. Now I know what picture is real. It's It is weird. Here, how you doing, Sam? Oh yeah, I mean, like we're painting and talking about Jason from the hit franchise Dead by Daylight. I'm looking up Jason from Dead by Daylight. I'm looking at what they did to his design. I'm trying to figure out. So like, I'm somebody who has never seen a Friday the 13th, so my opinion will be kind of suspect. But I kind of see it. Like there's something weird about how they did his eyes, and because like it's supposed to be a pretty generic like hockey mask. That's the point. And like I know there's some variants where he's like a cool zombie, and people seem to be pretty jazzed about that. Exactly, Lana. You would think so, but yeah. So I'm gonna see like Friday the 13th Jason. Let's see if I can just find like a generic picture of Jason, just like regular. I am Jason. Here we go. There we go. Actually, here's like, so yeah, this is I think this is a decent representation of him. It's hard to tell because, you know, there's like a million different movies and whatnot. So I might not even be getting the right one. Oh, this is probably fine. It's like they it's like they only like, the way I see it, it feels like they took like a Power Rangers mask, like one that was meant for Halloween, and they just painted it white and drill holes in it. Yeah, to be fair, I like the idea of Jason Zombie. It's like this is regular Jason. And it's like, okay. Like, you know, spooky dude, hockey mask. Pretty standard hockey mask. That looks like a hockey mask. That looks fine. It's got, you know, you can sometimes see one eye coming out of it. There's a reasonable amount of holes. Yeah, no, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Like like I said, I'm not invested in the franchise, so like it's not going to hurt me spiritually that they did this. But if you're somebody who wants to fuck Jason, this has to be like 10 9/11s. I can understand that. I can understand that. Yeah, that's true. They gave him kind of like, yeah, almost like makeup kind of lines. Like the stripes going under the eyes almost feel kind of like that's supposed to be that. His fit too fresh. Yeah, also yeah, his jacket is relatively unfucked. Okay. All right. So yeah, no, I understand now. I understand. Okay. I know, he is being added. So yeah, the I guess the legal stuff got resolved, but maybe there was like a design issue too, where it's like, okay, you can't use X design because X company owns it. So you're like, all right, we'll make our own Jason then. One of those things. It's like I guess if somebody sat me down to watch a movie with that Jason, I would like be like, oh, okay, this is a thing. But yeah, no. Like I said, I feel because I know at least one very passionate Jason fucker, and I can't imagine she's having a good time. I can't imagine she's having a good time. So my condolences there. My condolences there. It's like one of those things that it's like I wish I had a Blorbo. I wish I had a character that was like I was super duper obsessed with, that if they changed the design I would just like shit blood for like 10 years. Like that there's a level of passion to that I find very charming, but like it's also I guess this means I can't be hurt. So, I don't know. I'm gonna try a slightly lighter. Yeah, there's something whimsical about the Yume Joshi heart that I think I lack. And like it's like I live my life wondering if it's like could I ever find something to be a full Yumejo about? I mean, I'd be a Yume Danchi, you know, you gotta change the terminology slightly, but the base point still stands. Like, am I missing the one character that will just like activate all my chakras and then I will ascend? And I'll do nothing but draw fan art of them all day? I don't know, you know? Get another one of the blue marks. I believe you. I know Jason's had some, like, apparently, I think some of the movies do, like, really bad versions of him. Let's try a slightly lighter brown. Like some of the highlighty bits. We're gonna see how this goes. I might need to blend them a bit better. I guess I also could just do this highlight, this like the base shade and this highlight, and then kind of blend down a little bit. Trying some stuff on this lad. Also, oh, I just need to get that. He just got some lumps that I need to get to. Yeah, I think for me, the things I feel intensely about are things that are like very personal. Like I've been weirdly fixated on like magazines and stuff lately, which has been cool, but it's not like being like obsessed with like a character, if that makes any sense. Where it's like it's a very personal, like weird thing to be fixated on, but even then it's still not quite that strong. So I don't know. Yeah, that's one of those things that like I feel like if I ever wanted to deviate from just pure like fantasy schlock to horror schlock, there would like the idea of going through an entire franchise one after the other and just finding all the weird bullshit. Like all the big horror franchises would definitely give you some like weird shit in there. I think out of all of the main kind of big ones, I think the Nightmare on Elm Streets are the ones I'm kind of would be the most interested in. Because those seem, I mean, those technically have magic in them, and like I would argue that like I feel like if I wanted to square peg a round hole into movie night, I could probably do the Friday, the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, I mean, for movie night stuff. I think I can make that work. So maybe that might be a fun Halloween thing too. Yeah, I know they're kind of silly, which is neat though. Like, I don't know. I think the Nightmare on Elm Street is conceptually a very fun franchise, but yeah, I've not watched any of them. It's weird. I haven't watched a lot of these bigger ones, and it's not like my family were like, oh, like no, you can't watch scary movies, because that happened to a lot of people. Legitimately, a lot of people I knew. It's amazing I'm such a square, considering that like none of me being a dork was enforced. It wasn't like, oh no, you're not allowed to do X or Y or whatever. I was kind of just left to do whatever's, but we were never really a horror household, so I missed out on that kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, this Lumpus is doing pretty good. Yeah, I know some of the later ones get like really fucking wackadoo bullshit with some of that too. Yeah, I mean, fair. That's what I'm talking about. Where it's like, I'm in a similar boat. I don't think that would bother me very much. But my weird thing is that like I know people who would get bothered about that, and I find something about that charming and neat. No, I never watched Goosebumps because I read Goosebumps. I used to read a shitload of Goosebumps. I, it's weird because like a lot, because like I used to be terrified of, I think was it Slappy, the fucking like the ventriloquist doll. I think he was my favorite. But I remember a couple of other ones. Like I also used to really like the Choose Your Own Adventure ones, which I wonder if that kind of bled into me being like a TRPG guy later on. I think that's just like one of those like kind of funky little coincidence doodlies. I still remember one though. I like the weirdest one that has stuck in my brain is that there is a Goosebumps. I remember if it was a I never watched Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. That I did miss out on that. There was a Goosebumps one where the premise is that like it was like a main, I forget if it was one kid or two, but they get teleported to a different parallel universe where more or less like everything is identical, except that people have razor sharp like mouths with razor sharp teeth under their armpits, and that's how they eat. Where the idea that like the upper mouth is just for talking, and then you got like the armpit mouth for just eating shit. And the main character or characters, I forget which, were definitely like, we can't let anyone know that we don't got that, or we're gonna be fucking sent to like the government and then like dissected here. Oh god, oh fuck. Yeah, I imagine Slappy probably had like a real doll based on him, like an actual doll, not like a sex toy. But like yeah, because Slappy was kind of the mascot too. But yeah, I guess there's probably a decent amount of merch and stuff too as well. Yeah, there was like, I know that there was like a Hellraiser movie where they're like, it's like, they're playing an MMO, but it's like I love older versions of MMO conceptually, because like now an MMO is basically like you either do hardcore raid content where you play it almost kind of like a game sort of like League, but you just happen to have stats, or you play dress up sim in Final Fantasy 14 and you just dress up and maybe ERP if you're feeling spicy. I always love that kind of like the older interpretation of MMOs, especially like the idea of like there's like the dot hack style MMO, which are just sort of these forever things you play, and the idea that somebody was like high level, but there was like, it wasn't like, or like, oh yeah, you're supposed to hit like level 60 if you want to play X scenario or like whatever, where it's like at the time you just be like, yo, no, that guy's like level 42. Holy shit. What does he do? And like, yeah, they just say he plays all the time. Crazy. Well, that's not that. I was about to say mosquito vampire sounds neat until it came out the armpit, and I'm like, well, I don't know about that. How you doing, Valkyne? How you doing? Yeah, we're joking about how like the idyllic ideal of the MMO has really fallen from sort of those like early lofty ideas of like the idea like it's not, I did not invent this, but I kind of hear it more and more, and I kind of get the idea of like what's called the third space, where it's like home is one space and work is the other, and the third space is sort of like where you hang. It is the kind of like place you go just to socialize and kind of do things, and the idea that like for a while the idea of for a while the idea of like the MMO as the third space made a lot of sense, but like now that's just like a lot of people get their third space online equivalents, unfortunately, from things like social media. So the idea of going online, or even like not even in like a negative example, like VR chat kind of does the same thing that like that kind of stuff would do, and I'm okay with VR chat doing that because like, you know, I feel like VR chat's still kind of true to that ideal, even if it's not like a game anymore. I mean, so I think the closest to that existed was always like a Maple Story or like Ragnarok Online sort of deal. One of those where like there were level caps at like 200, but it wasn't like the idea that you're in an MMO and you need to be X level and X geared to do Y dungeon kind of feels strange. compared to sort of the idyllic. It's like, oh, we're gonna go to this dungeon. I'm level 12, you're level 14, and you know a guy who's like level 16, and he's done this before, so he can kind of be like a guide, kind of like a mentor figure. And you just kind of do that because you don't really know what's going on. There's not mandatory like flowchart guides of what you need to do to play this game. How you doing, Gideon? How you doing? Yeah, like it's like once again, highly idealized versions of these games. A lot of times, what a lot of this meant is that you just grind forever. I guess also too, if you want this, I mean, there is the Dot Hack franchise. That is kind of what Dot Hack is built off of. And you could probably replicate a very similar experience via that. This Buse and I have beat. That's a fucking. I'm telling you, that's one of those that's just like going on a big ass journey for that. Manicular versus Edgar Allan Crow book. That sounds like a thing. I know I've heard of Bunnicula before. I know you didn't like invent that whole cloth. Like I recognize that name, but I don't remember when I first saw that or like heard of that. So yeah, it's like, or even like Roblox kind of does that for kids. Like, I mean, if you're like 13, I don't know where you hang online. It's probably Twitter, and that's probably why, I don't know, these kids are like harassing like the lady who did a lot of writing for like the Amazing Digital Circus. I think unfortunately modern Zoomer, probably more like modern Gen A, find that more fulfilling than playing the MMO. Which is unfortunate, which is very unfortunate. Okay, this very early base coat layer is actually doing pretty good bits. Brightening some areas. Definitely need to do the face and stuff. What do I don't think I have like very many dedicated, like this color is meant for bone, which is not like the worst. I need to figure out how to do that. The thing is, you're actually thinking about that. You could even kind of argue that like Neopets is sort of that idyllic MMO, where it's like there were like really powerful players and whatnot, and like you just didn't really know what sort of the theoretical end game was. There wasn't necessarily like you could grind and do a bunch of shit, and being pay to win probably meant you would get a lot farther through stuff. But that kind of like really sort of like asymmetrical experience. That kind of interesting. Like I said, I don't have time for those MMOs. Like I still once again have been like, they won't stop. They keep hounding me forever to play Final Fantasy 11. Egads, it's the worst. No, it's fine. I want to do a bone color. What colors do I got for bone? I got dark ivory. I can maybe mix that with like maybe like half dark ivory, half like a brown. That might get me there actually. Yep, we'll do that. We got ads coming up soon. Fuck. I'll snooze that by another 5 minutes, and then unfortunately I'm gonna have to do like I think like a fucking 9-minute break. Cool, man. Not 9 minute, 3 minute, 3-minute break in 9 minutes. Yeah, maybe there's like one little bit of saddle brown. We'll find out how that works. But yeah, I don't know. I don't live a life anymore for MMOs. I don't have to. It's a Twitch mandatory bullshit. I'm doing good right now. Oh, actually. Mixes relatively well. Yeah. I wonder if that's ever happened where somebody who's like, I don't know. I wonder if you were like a crazy big streamer, if you're like, I'm gonna do this as a joke. I'm just gonna run ads for like a solid hour. It would need to be somebody who was already like titanically big, like somebody who would like this would not affect their like their standing or whatever. I'm sure somebody's done that. I know that there was one dude ages ago who figured out that it was actually cheaper, it was like some system exploit where it was like doing the math and realizing that buying all of his followers Twitch Prime for his, buying a tier 1 sub for all of his followers actually ended up getting more money overall. It was like some weird bit of math trickery. I forget exactly who that was or when that was. Yeah. See, I can't do that. I mean, I know some people do, and like, you know, sometimes you gotta use the bathroom if you gotta use the bathroom. That's, you know, there's only so much you can do. But no, I feel bad. I feel bad running the ads I have to run already. If I was gonna do like a big one, like I remember just like a while where like I was interrupted maybe like 2 or 3 times for work reasons, and I was like, sorry, this is gonna take a bit. I felt immense sadness and shame for that, and that wasn't even anything I could really do, you know. Like 15 minutes long. See, at least that's kind of nice if you're doing it for like a movie thing. Where we're gonna try to minimize the amount of interruptions. So here we go. That's cool. I can understand that. That's a neat workaround. I guess that's always the inherent thing with like mediums and stuff, where it's like you have to sort of balance that kind of like, you know, a lot of times ads are how the lights get kept on, but also a lot of times ads are stupid and obnoxious and loud. And now the Google thing. Now the Google thing, which I think is the real reason they're rolling out their AI search stuff, is they're like, oh, they're not trying to make it convenient. They're trying to make it so that like, if you're like, I would like a toaster, that if somebody who made toasters could pay Google money, and then the fucking AI would be like, I think this toaster by sponsored brand might be what you're looking for. Which is technically a less invasive ad, but also still like, I don't like any of these new changes Google's doing. I don't like it. This is a reasonably solid base bone color. I'm definitely gonna be like, maybe mixing a bit of like a this is like one of those things that like I feel in my jelly bones. I will not be replicating this exact shade anytime soon. I'm okay with it though. Yeah, the new meta. It do be like that. Let's see. I want that to be bone. I'm debating the idea of just making his entire collarbone. Like I think that might be the play. Just kind of keeping that going. Yeah, let's give that a go. Yeah. It's because I think there is like a very much the idea that because like I think it's like a weird cycle where like the ramifications of things just like are not considered by people, so it's just kind of like burn it over, start down, like burn it down, start over instead of so like the internet's always needed ads because things cost money, and a lot of times people don't pay for subscriptions. That's not necessarily a bad thing, you know. If you're like, I do X service, I get paid Y. So you would get like banner ads and like the occasional other thing, but then like but also that kind of inherently spiraled, and then you would get shit where it's like, oh, I want to look up how to make, I don't know, a strawberry cake. I want one of those anime style strawberry cakes. And then like you open one of those up on a browser or your phone without ad block. And then you get hit with a million ads and it's unusable. So you don't go there anymore. So you kill that kind of website functionally. That kind of website effectively becomes dead to a lot of users. So they're like, okay, what do we do? What do we do now? So the person goes to social media and then gets put into the infinite sadness chamber, because a lot of times the way social media makes money is because they want you to stay on social media forever. So that way's in the middle of getting into a political argument with someone that you might see an ad for Sprint, whatever. I don't know who actually advertises. They usually advertise on Twitter is dumb, but whatever. That's the gist. And then I just don't think that also doesn't make a lot of money. Or if it does, it has horrible other ramifications to it. And then I think this is sort of the inherent next stage where it's like, well, we fucked up everything to do with that other stuff. Now we're just going to reshape the internet so that you ask a Google AI for like, what are the new flavors of Pop-Tart? And that just tells you what the new flavors of Pop-Tart are. And then advertises a service to deliver the Pop-Tart for you on a subscription, you know? Oh yeah, no, I do that straight up. I straight up do the usual, because like it's tricky, because if you look at like any place else, you just get a bunch of like, you know, listicles where all of them like, I don't think inherently that like, what's it called? Affiliate links are evil either. The idea that like, hey, here's a cool thing. If you buy it, I get a little cut of money. I think that's like a reasonable thing, you know? I've used affiliate links before because, you know, if you're gonna buy a thing and I show you the thing that you're talking about, like you're like, oh, I want to get this camera, like, oh, here's this camera I'm using. I think that makes sense. That's not particularly crazy. But then you're taking the websites that are min-maxed for SEO stuff. Basically, people have been exploiting how Google's algorithm works, which I also wonder if this is like another reason they're doing this, where they're like, we don't want people to try to figure out what we're serving, so we're just gonna make everything really opaque, like more opaque by now by like removing the human element. Where people would just figure out how to like optimize their way to getting on the top of Google searches, and then they would just put like top 10 blow dryers, and it's just like all cheap Temu shit that they just put affiliate links on. So yeah, I've been doing that like the search for a thing plus Reddit. Just at the very least, I can potentially see a human opinion on something. They're like, oh yeah, no, I bought this bag, but it kind of, it rips after a while, so watch out. And like, oh cool, that's what I needed to know. Thank you. Like, you need to know that kind of shit, and I think Google does not like the fact that people sort of figure out how to game its own search engine because its own search engine is bad. We'll see. We'll see if Google implodes. It's gonna be tricky if Google implodes though, because a lot of people have been using Google to sign into various things, which that's probably like a good idea too. That if you're like using Google as your sign-in for a lot of things, you should probably not. Probably a good idea to start pulling away from that if you can, because like, you know, things have been just getting weird with that. People getting banned for no reason. People, I hate the idea that there was like a thing that I saw where it was like some like, it was basically like some family's dumbass teenage son was like ERPing with like Gemini, and that Gemini was like, wait a minute, you're a child, which honestly, I mean, it's good that it's like detects that and stops, but then also they're like, well, time to ban the entire family Google because that's what was signed in on, and they're like, oh yeah, that family's ruined. They're talking, there was a little mention on there where it was like, oh yeah, no, there was like legal documents and things that all the family members did for work, and that was just all tied to Google, and it's like, oh god. The idea that someone can lose their entire life because their son decided to crank it to an AI is the worst. Real hellscape. How you doing, Lawrence? How you doing? How you doing? A bit on there, and fortunately, I think it's 3-minute ad break. Bleh. Sorry about this. We should be going back to regular full-on ad pauses after this. For your course correcting. Go, man. Oh, thank God it worked this time. All right, we're back. Hopefully now, how you doing, son? Hopefully now we don't got to deal with the fuck ass bullshit Twitch ads. We are back to a regular cycle. Yippee! Let's go. I was also like looking through my folder for other bullshit stuff, and I was reminded. So there's a PS1 game called Kowloon Walled City that only has a Japanese translation until now, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's real. It's real. It comes when I'm incredibly busy, but I'm very excited. It seems like a really, really cool game. I just think the idea of the Kowloon Wall City is just kind of like really just fascinating in general. I mean, it's a PS1 game, so no, but like it's one of those. There's a translation patch that was like, it's been translated. Like, people have been working on translating this bad boy for like, I want to say like 3 or 4 years. I've been eyeing it for a bit, and I kind of forgot about it until I saw it was announced. It got translated recently, so I'm pretty excited about that. I would like to. I probably won't get to it when it's like fresh and hot and relevant. Maybe, I don't know. Like I said, I want to finish Half-Life 2. Episode 1 and 2. Probably maybe this Thursday we'll be finishing episode 1 and then doing episode 2. Then also, I will be playing the Morkborg game probably next week as well. Maybe on Sunday, maybe on Tuesday, because I've been very nicely gifted a copy and I would like to play it. And maybe once I finish off one of those two, I will swap it out for Kowloon Wall City. I still want to, for the most part, maintain my 2 paints a week, but like if I need to, maybe mix it up a little bit. I could do 1 paint a week. Technically, if I go with next week's plan, I won't be painting at all next week, which is going to be heretical, strange. What is this? Who are you? What have you done with Hal? To be fair, it's still 2 tabletop adjacent things, so it's still like next week will still be very much in my wheelhouse, I guess. But yeah, no, I don't know exactly. I think it's supposed to be an adventure game. I'll find out if it's one of those ones that's like requires a guide to like figure out what the fuck is going on or not. But I'm excited. Like I said, I've been eyeing this game for a bit, and I think it's neat that it's actually real now. Also, like I recently found out that the little shaker bottle I replaced the bottle. It was not matte medium. It was a flow improver. So I actually don't have like a little thing of matte medium. So I need to do that at some point because the flow improver is nice, but it's also like makes things like really, really, really flowy. This is what I'm doing like right now, just because this is like probably a good area for it. Yeah, I guess I have like satin medium, and I have gloss medium. I got like a matte varnish that's apparently paint on, which I don't recall when I got that, but But yeah, don't worry. Like I said, I've been excited for that, so it'll happen. It's kind of neat though. It's kind of neat. Like I said, I've stuck to the same schedule for a while, so I think even like mixing it up a little bit's kind of neat. There are some days that I miss the 4 streams a week, but I realized that I was exhausting the fuck out of myself, and having a Saturday just to play and shit has been kind of nice. Matte medium is very nice, but the forbidden like. I was about to say matte gloss, but that doesn't work. This joke is immediately falling apart. I mean, my life is in shambles. I guess I could have went for a matte large joke. That would have made more sense. Anyway, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, also these are all the base is more thanks to Bavka, more Bavka bits, which is what I'm using to test my 3D printer now that I got that in my little like outdoor closet thing. I'm 3D printing a couple of Ewoks and then a bunch of cobblestone for Mordheim stuff, because like I know that there's ways to do handmade cobblestone stuff, but I'm like, this is probably easier right now anyway. Flow improver. No. See, no, flow improver makes your ant better. What flow improver is the pool boy who works at your ants. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this, but like, I get like way in there and hope I can get something. Luckily, a lot of this is just going to be kind of like out of the way bullshit. When I want to be, I'm probably going to eventually take this gore and cover it with like a layer of oh god, what color do I want to use? Oh yeah, I think I'm going to use like still want some like slime on here. I still want some slime bullshit on here, but I want to be like flesh covered in slime, like it's been dissolved. I think would be cool. I don't think that's going to affect them directly doing with anything else, but you know, it's fitting to the Lord of Tumors. Really dropped it. It's looking pretty good so far, though. Like, I definitely need to do a lot more with a lot more, but like the foundational stuff is going pretty legit. Ah, okay. We're making the inside out of paints. I see. It's one of those things that like everybody's living their like normal life, just being paints and paintropolis. Sure, we're going like real cheesy, and then all the speed paints show up and they're like cool and edgy, and then everybody's like, oh no, we're too old fashioned. Why? How are we going to compete against these speed paints? And that's where you learn that it's not about how fast you go. It's about your technique, and that everybody can live together, both speed paints and regular paints. There we go. All right, hire me, Games Workshop. I don't know who would actually like. That's such a crazy niche topic that nobody would like. I mean, I'm sure somebody, you nerds would get that stuff. Yeah, like Zootopia for hobbies. Yeah, doesn't really work though, because like people want to fuck the rabbit. I don't think people want to fuck the conceptualization of like red paint. Maybe though. I guess people make gajinkas for anything. Like, it's still funny that, like, one of my earliest things on the internet was just learning about the fucking OS tons. I'm just like, well, finally, I can cope with my family PC being so bad. Sprutopia. There we go. I'm sure Disney won't sue us at all for that name. OC do not steal. There we go. Wait, do you want to fuck? It's weird because in my mind, like, that's like one of those things where it's like, it's like a weird thing, but it's a kind of weird thing in a way that only like a boomer does that. Like you'll just see like a regular net denizen being just like a weirdo for like X and Y character. For some reason, the idea of wanting to fuck the green M&M feels like it's like an age bracket thing. Does that make any sense? Also, how you doing, Swole Tadpole? How you doing? Yeah. Not wrong. It's kind of tricky though, because legitimately a lot of people at my LGS kind of drive in from there, like, you know, like some of them are like a solid hour trip to get there. So like as prices go up, they're like, oh, I don't know if I'm feeling it this weekend. Cause you know, at that point, it's very much like any excuse you have not to go, like your brain will be like, nah, you don't gotta go. Gas expensive, which is unfortunate. It hasn't been too bad though. But how you doing? Gotta reach some of those here. And there. Also nice though, because other war games are much cheaper. Yippee! But yeah, no, I do. God, fucking gas has been bad. Guess it was bad. Disney Games Workshop co-production, lawsuits pending. Yeah. Like little whole bits. I wonder. Do have some way shit. I do have some way. Oh yeah, there we go. This would work. What a bang egg regular shade. Egg in line, buddy. Oh, I haven't used egg regular shade in a hot minute. It's so weird, just like the fact that because I use like enamel washes now, how little I touch the acrylic ones. Yes, I guess I just can't. I think I'm getting this. So basically, for what I'm doing is that there's like a couple of little magic angles that like lead to like little speckles of white that I just cannot get. I just cannot angle this right. I'm using this really shitty brush, which means that like I can kind of like put it in there, not worry about the fact that it's gonna like mush up the brush real bad. Also, how are you doing? I don't think I gave a proper intro, Swole Tadpole. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Scheme variety. I I mean, the idea of like a city filled. The thing is, like Disney even already does it. Isn't that the whole? Aren't they doing like? I know it's a Pixar thing, but isn't there a movie called Elemental that's either out or is going to be out? Thank you for the hydrate. Well, how do I paint rats? Which actually should be a good time to do that. We'll get a little bit on that. Oh yeah, let me try the glue technique proper now. Hold on. I let it dry too much, but I think I need to keep it moist for this. For context, the idea of the glue technique is where you paint something, you seal it with super glue, and then you paint like a speed paint over it. And then after that you use a alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, to kind of like cause it to sort of rope up and turn into like kind of like sick little veins and other bullshit. I forgot that you need to do that like pretty close, like pretty soon into it. I'm gonna try it again. Luckily, the nice thing is this technique is also kind of forgiving because, like, you know, once you put the super glue on, you can just wait for it to fully dry and then use the alcohol to kind of like fix it. Yeah, how long I need to let this dry? I just go like. In that case, I could maybe get like a couple. Maybe just get that whole stock, I guess. Oh, it's Charlie Y. Nande. So maybe need to like spread this out. I might have done it too thick on that last one, which is why it looked weird. Also, this is a speed paint called like Murder Scene, which I really like. A dark purple red kind of dealio. It's not like a good like gore effect one, but it's a pretty solid speed paint. Oh, I know. Yeah, gremlin motherfucker. Blow dryer, but it's like really buried. Oh, sorry, I'm blow drying it. Yeah, that's true. I like if you are going to do this technique, there are like little like I really like the disposable brushes you can get from testers. You just get like a pack for 5. Understand right? The idea is you're supposed to like take this and kind of like really spread it around. Like really get it on there. I think also maybe like wipe off some of this. Yeah, it's because like the alcohol will reactivate it. I think you get it to like bundle up, maybe. The nice thing is even if it doesn't quite work right, it still looks pretty good. Like I don't think I've had any major issues with like even like the results are not quite the ropey kind of like veiny look that it's supposed to go to. It still looks nice. But this is also why you use the glue, because if you don't use the glue, it just will strip the regular paint from your mini. Yeah, I also found like my backup stash of those testers little brushes, which is nice. Because I totally forgot that like I picked up a whole bunch of I don't think I picked them up just for this usage. Maybe I do have to just like put it on and like immediately. It's definitely. Maybe my brush needs to be bigger. I don't know. Like it's looking neat. It's definitely looking all fucked up, which is kind of nice. I mean, like by fucked up, I mean kind of like bleedy and strange. It's also pooling kind of deep into this little recess area over here. Need to go back and try to get this. For context, off screen, I have like a little thing of isopropyl alcohol, which is what I'm just like really hitting this with. I could also maybe use a bigger brush. I don't know. I'm trying to keep like a smaller brush because I want to try to see if I can like control the detail. Just get like a little bit on there, which means I probably need to keep wicking off bits. Probably. maybe just keep, also I could just keep pulling it down as well, maybe. I'm experimenting. I will go back to Big Lad. Don't worry. Big Lad is still going to get some love. Something I was doing earlier as well. It's like maybe just like using one of these little spongy bits. Actually, that's the key. Oh, maybe this is the key. Hold on. I did that and it kind of removed a lot of, it's also, oh yeah, maybe it's possible that like, if I don't use the spongy bit to kind of remove a lot of excess. Oh, there we go. It's kind of, okay. It's still not quite getting that kind of like, I still can't get that sort of inherent, where like the Grimdark Compendium guys straight up will just get like, oh yeah, they'll actually like get to maybe like pull together in like the little veins. Still can't quite get that, but I keep getting this like kind of like really cool like irritated effects where it's like kind of like it's like bursting through. Get into the cracks as well so it doesn't get like super deep in there. This is neat. This is neat. I think I might did a little bit too much. The nice thing is I can kind of just go back and just kind of like reapply. Keep kind of like working it down a bit. And alright, I think the plan now is I am going to, oh, I guess I can also use my finger a little bit to kind of remove some of the excess, but I think this is still kind of the way. Actually, oh, this kind of looks good. All right, I'm going to let this dry a little bit. This is, once again, this is very much like I am experimenting. Because, like, I did it a little bit on this one here, but that was me mostly removing a lot of my mistakes. So if I put it on and let it... shit off to the side. If I put that on and let it just kind of, like, harden a little bit and then immediately remove it, I can kind of get a little bit more working time. Yeah, compare. Oh, that does look good, though. It does make it look really fucking gross. I also gotta get his, like, glow effects and stuff, too. Anyway. Put these dorks aside. Let's go back to you. Let's go back to the big boy. What does the big boy need? What do you need? I need a little bit more around the neck. Yeah, I think I was using a royal purple, so I think I can go up to just a brighter purple because I want the neck to kind of look like weird and kind of like bright and caterpillar-y almost. If I use like a lighter purple in there, that'll look pretty baller. There we go. Soup. They take a sip and immediately down on my water. Oh yeah, another thing that like I guess I didn't really have a good segue for this, but I've been like, because of my move, I sort of rediscovered some books I picked up. You guys know like Hollow Press, right? It is the Tim. Speaking about Metal Gear stuff, it's like out of everything to do with the Big Chungus thing, the fact that the Big Chungus is told by Liquid Snake is still probably one of my favorite internet things. Like the person who put that video together did a great job of like not only recreating the speech patterns of everybody involved, but they even like included a little stutter in the video to simulate the PS1 loading, which is just like, mwah, chef's kiss, beautiful. It's such an excellent way to do all that. I try to mix the lighter purple with the darker, and I think I just made it more or less the same. But yeah, so like, if you guys remember like Hollow Press, they are... this is purple. They are the ones who did like, they released a bunch of stuff, but I think their big breakout hit is still Vermis. But there was another book from them that like I picked up that one, and then also Vermis 3. I've actually never read Vermis 1 or 2, but I ended up getting 3 just because that was the one they actually had like copies you could get ages ago. I still need to read my way through that. But they had a book called like How to Bake a Breadling, and I just had that sitting on my shelf for a while, and I picked that up this weekend and kind of looked through it, and it's like pretty legit. Like the premise is that like somebody found like an old cult manuscript written about how to make a breadling, which is effectively like a little goblin that you bake. You basically bake yourself a little goblin, and they live for a couple of days, and like they supposedly impart like little nature wisdom nuggets on you, but also they are very prone to death, and if you fuck up, bad shit can happen. And it's just a story about this man who went to this kind of remote island on the guidings of his mentor and kind of learned how to make his own, and just like how generally everybody who tries to bake a breadling has bad shit happen to them. There's like something inherently about the nature of doing it. I think it's basically like every time you fuck up, you cause like a real spiritual pain to the creature that you kind of create. Like you basically trap like a spirit in your little breadling, and if you fuck it up, goblin, kind of, unless is not like a specific thing, or are you just making like a little goblin noise? Let's see. For some reason when I try to highlight that, it keeps wanting me to pin your message. No, I'm just getting ready to go. Okay, so this is goblin. It's very goblin stuff. How you doing, Vake? How you doing? How did it go? How'd it go? I'm painting this big fuck. I'm talking about the How to Bake Your Breadling book, which I enjoyed quite a bit. Oh, I see. Oh, you were doing a pun. Okay, that totally went over my head for some reason. For reasons I don't understand. I should know by now, but whatever. But yeah. It was neat. It was a neat little read because like I do kind of like that idea of like fiction that's sort of presented as like a kind of like a real world cultural artifact, and like it was neat seeing the different types and just how like the main character sort of just like, yeah, basically like you make a breadling, and if you fuck up, it is there are very homunculi like I can, let's see. Let me get this neck, and I can kind of just grab you the book to show you like a little example of how it looks. Because it is funny though, because as you read it, you're like, why would anyone do this? This is like, anytime this goes bad, you're either like haunted by visions that like require you to do like a bunch of rituals to stop having the nightmares, or like the breadling can kill you. Usually the ones the breadlings actively trying to kill you mostly occurs if you let it burn. That's something that I kind of thought of though, the idea that it's like almost maybe the reason why people in the book do it is like there is like some sense of like, yeah, this is like a child. Like they only live for like maybe like less than a month general before they get like too moldy, or like they just break apart somewhat. A lot of times like wild predators eat them because they are a little dude made of bread. So like if you take your little dude out of bread, they talk about like the idea of like, oh yeah, the breadling yearns to go outside. If you keep them locked indoors, they're going to be kind of like sad and spiteful. So you have to let them outside to frolic, but also like, you know, if you are a crow, no, you can't put them in the fridge though. That's just it, because like they want to wander. They want to be little spirits. So what you got to do is instead you got to make them little booties and like a little like raincoat, so they can go frolic and have adventures and whatnot. But also sometimes like a crow will just still eat one, and it fucking sucks, and it'll traumatize you. Because like at that point you put so much time into making the breadling that like once everything's done, even if you do everything right, and if like, you know, like nature just eats the thing, like you still feel that intense grief, and that might cause you to fuck up the next one, because like in your grief you might just make another one, and you're probably not paid as much attention to this new one, and that's gonna fuck your shit up in a bunch of different ways. Little caterpillar, man. Well, it's blending pretty well. See, I could grab that now. Yeah, to be fair, it is also very much like, you know, wizards have no sense of right or wrong. Hold on. This is not going to be a full break. I'm just going to go and grab it. It's going to take me like a second. Well, my move is that I have a bookshelf now directly located in my central hallway. And it's like, I have the big heavy-duty bookshelf for like all my TRPGs and stuff like that. But this shelf is like where I keep like white dwarves and like smaller books, like nice little books to just kind of grab and read, which is why I got around to doing it. So yeah, this is the How to Bake Your Breadling. It's also like, I don't know how to describe this, but like the book is soft. Like they padded it a little bit. It feels nice. It feels nice to hold. I don't think about like the hand feeling of books. Like I don't grab a book and be like, ah, yes. This feels good to hold in my hand. I'm gonna see if I can find like a proper, like, I mean, the art's nice because a lot of them are just kind of like spooky little, like, this is supposed to be the baker guy who shows you how to do stuff. Maybe. I guess I've never had a moleskin, I never actually had like a moleskin, like notebook or whatever. Maybe they're all like that. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's like lad. It is very me coded. Like, I can see why me of the past might have bought this because it's very cool. You get to see like little care and maintenance steps, and then giving the little food you gotta give them. Got a little bread butt, and then they also show you like what happens if you like fuck it up. It's like, like, did you overproof your dough? You might get a crackling. Which, in case you got to do, it's basically going to have a bad life, so you're going to have to do some rituals so you don't get, like, cursed effectively. It's neat. It's neat. I'm sure it is very hard-coded. None of you are wrong in that. I do think it's very cool. I do strong recommend. It's a very short book too. It's like 130 pages, but it's like, it's not like each of those pages is like a full bit of text. Who's the author? The author is Brad Hawk, and I don't know if that's real. It's on Hollow Press, or was on Hollow Press. Hold on, let me. I might need to fix this. Oh no, this is fine. There you go. I was worried if this was gonna be like too much. Yeah, I mean, it's because it is effectively written like a horror story. There's also some spoilers that I don't want to mention anything. But like it's pretty neat. See, it might not be available anymore though. Like that's kind of the weird thing with a lot of these small publishers, is that sometimes stuff just runs out and you just don't get it anymore. To bake. Okay, there we go. I found it. Oh, they made little. Oh, I think everything in the book you can buy. Which, I mean, these are very expensive, but also very charming. Here we go. The book is. Oh yeah, no, I think it's still available. I think it's still available. Don't quote me on that, but it looks like it is. Also a little YouTube video, which I might want to watch later. All right, here we go. I'm going to link it for everyone. How you doing, Fagoth? How you doing? I'm showing everybody this funky little book. How to Bake a Breadling, which is very, very neat. The thing is, like, it's funny because like I know nothing about baking, so I couldn't even make like a joke one. Like I know nothing about bread. I could not even make like my own little fake breadling. But I'm also very much at that point where it's like, oh yeah, no, if like everything in the book is like, oh, if you make this and you fuck up, you're gonna have a bad time. But it's also funny though, because they're also like, well, you know, just have fun with it. Just have fun with your little breadling. Give it a funky little eyes. They're like, do you want to give it a really complicated face? You could do that. You would give it a simple face. I still need to do my lemon. Oh, I've not done the lemon pig for the year yet. I was going to do it for Smash Bash, which I just have not had time. Unfortunately, the move kind of sidelined a lot of things I would have liked to have done. So I did miss out on Smash Bash this year, unfortunately. Which, you know, it is what it is. There's always next year. I'll do Smash Bash for next year. And we'll see how that goes. Age of Rot. I don't know if I've seen that one yet. It's like Hollow Press has got some. Ooh, actually, that does look kind of legit. Yeah, there's also the one that I know Super Eye Patch Wolf did a thing too, where it's like, because like he's done like a couple of videos on fake video games, which are kind of neat. I've also I did pick up another book from them, the God Husk one, which I have somewhere around here. And I need to read that one first too before I pick up. Which also will not be picking up any for a while, just because I'm trying to like I want to get this model fully paid off before I buy anything stupid. Barring the fucking what's it called? Barring the Armageddon box, which I said I might do. I'm probably going to do that just for stream reasons. Splotchy. Also, probably just needs like another coat. I used a little bit of the flow improver and I made it like very runny, but that's fine. I can build up. Hey, no, it's okay. I do that exact same thing all the time. Any words from Squids? I did see. Unfortunately I checked the Squids announcements and he kind of this is entirely my bad. This is not a Squids issue. I just have not thought about the Armageddon book in a while, so I went to check the Squid cord, and he was like, "All right, limited. We only have a limited number of pre-orders. Get them now. Today's the last day for them." And that was yesterday apparently. So I was like, "Yeah, maybe I might get lucky. We'll find out. We'll find out." Worst case, I do have a local LGS, which I also support as well, so would not be too bad. Would not be too bad. Though I do prefer getting my stuff from Squids if I can, just because, you know, gotta help the homie out. This is looking nice, but yeah, I definitely need to layer these a couple times. But yeah, no, that was definitely like a my bad thing. Like I said, things have been very hectic. I think only until like really this next weekend is going to be like the most normal weekend I've had in a while, because like this weekend, luckily I get tomorrow off as well, which is going to be good. Also, I think I need to double check on this. I might be guesting on a stream tomorrow, which I will. Is yours not working? Weird. Hold on. Hold on, I can do that. I can fix that. Ah, there we go. I might be doing a very short guest appearance on the stream, which I'll keep everybody posted on the Discord when that happens. But yeah, luckily I got tomorrow off, which is good, because I've not had a proper weekend. I've not had a proper weekend. Did I shower today? I shower every day. I don't understand how people can't shower for a day. I feel gross. I feel gross if I don't shower. But also, yeah, no, I had to work. I had to work today as well. The guild has a couple of days where they're like, okay, you're going to need to do some work on a weekend, and this is one of them. So how you doing, Skippy? How you doing? Some people don't, but I also think a lot of times for like VTubers, it's just more of like a depression thing. It could be a depression thing. Sometimes too, there is like you can sell the idea of like, hey, haha, I'm a stinky little neat kind of thing, as like a branding thing. Like it's gonna sound weird, the idea of like, oh, I don't shower, but you know, for marketing reasons. But sometimes like if you're like a kind of like aim yourself right, people will be like, oh, she's just like me for real. I'm a little overly cynical in that. I don't think that happens too much, but yeah, no, I think a lot of times it's like a depression or thing, really, more than anything else, where you're just so depressed you just don't think about it. But yeah, no, I don't particularly sweat crazy amount, but like I just feel weird if I don't shower. But yeah, no, today was like wake up. Today's whole entire thing was like wake up, go to work, come back here, eat, and then I did get my 3D printer set up too. So I did get a little bit of something done today. I'm hoping probably it's gonna be too late to check on the print. I'm hoping tomorrow when I open up my little print caddy. I'm hoping everything's not fucked. We'll find out. We'll find out if it is. Feeling optimistic though. Feels like Game Ralph bathwater. Just sell my paint water instead. There we go. There's, I mean, some people there probably, but it's like, you know, I have to shower. I have to shower. But yeah, no, it was that, and then like yeah, it was selling some cards on whatever. Yeah. It's like sometimes like it's like it doesn't. For me, yeah, exactly. I could do nothing all day. I could do nothing all day, and I will still feel like no. Like the next day, I wake up and I gotta take a shower early because even if I'm not like super exercising or whatever, it just feels wrong not to. It just doesn't feel good. It does not feel right. I'm gonna say these little orbs are turning up pretty legit. I'm pretty happy with their status so far. I'm also debating how much I want to try building up the color on the actual body of the lad. Like I'm curious. I'm like this brown's doing pretty good. I probably want to go with at least like one more layer, something like that. I do think it's possible to acclimatize yourself to your own stink. I do think that's a thing that does happen. Like some people, like I think it comes with the depression stuff where it's like, yeah, no, you're just so depressed you wallow in it and you just don't notice. So this is a Lord of Tumors, but it's done in like the Hollow Knight style. So I'm going very much. These are like big, glowy, infected kind of like pustule sacs more than any sort of real like egg thing or whatever. Overlapping between that like the neck and the yeah, a little bit's always gonna be a little kind of wonky. Don't do anything else. Yeah, let's go back to highlight some stuff. Ugh. Oh no, like the idea of rotten Taco Bell meat. Oh god, that sounds terrible. Ugh. Maybe if I just go like just little highlighty bits. I also feel like because this guy is like nice and round, it's actually been kind of fun for me to like, you know, really get better on certain layers of just like, yeah, just kind of like work on some of my highlighty bits. I do feel like I've maybe because of the styles I paint that some of my kind of like fundamental painting skills have kind of gotten a little woozly. And I need to get a little better at that. And I think maybe this is like a good model to do that because like the more I kind of get these little bubbly highlight bits or whatever, the more everything kind of sticks out for the best. But yeah, this guy's going to be for the great... I'm doing a Great Hunger Warband. I could have technically kept using my Lord of Tumors because I already got one. Yeah, exactly. It's never a bad time. And like a lot of times, like the painting is such an interesting thing because it's not just like a straight journey from good to bad. Like sometimes you forget things. Sometimes you try stuff that you just like in the moment. Like some people bounce back and forth between like non-metallic metals, or do they like metallic metals? Do they like batch painting? Do they just want to give every individual special boy their utmost attention? Like it's that kind of inherent thing that I find kind of just neat about the hobby in general too. It's just that there's so many ways to do it. Like my hobby stuff really significantly changed once I discovered enamels, but there's also, you know, trade-offs with that. Where it's like a lot of times a lot of times my minis are dark. Sometimes I just don't highlight them as well as I should. Stuff like that. So, you know. So how you doing, Harriet? How you doing? Oh god, yeah. It's funny because you would think that I have the cure for that, which is I could just go back and watch my own VODs to find painting recipes. I really don't though. I think very rarely do I go back and watch my VODs to remember what I painted. Realistically, I think the correct option would be either to write that in advance or probably write that really because, like, you know, got a project done. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. I think the real pro strat is just writing down the recipe as you're working. That's probably the best way to do it because because really for color recipes you want that info to be really accessible. So like the more you put that in like deep in a notebook or like somewhere else, like I've seen some people will just take like I don't have any directly near me, but Post-it notes. The idea of taking like some Post-it notes and just like, you know, being like goblin and just like put a couple of paint splotches and then put the colors of the paints right there and just leave that around on your desk. So you're like, oh shit, I want to paint a goblin. Hey, that's my goblin recipe. Let's go. Like, that kind of thing makes sense. Terre de Cuisine. I've not heard of that. So okay, so I'm seeing like cutlery stuff. I do also like every now and then where like apparently it's I have not really directly seen this myself, but like apparently people will go to the subreddit for 40k salamanders, not realizing it's a Warhammer thing, and people will be like, "Say, what breed of salamander do you think this is?" And they'll just post like an actual salamander, and everybody will be like, "Yippee! Salamander person got lost. Let's go." How's you doing, Finbar? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerd Golden Game variety. I am working on my funky Lord of Tumors, and also talking about how people will sometimes accidentally go to the Salamanders 40k Reddit, thinking it's just like a general place to find out info about salamanders, like the animal. And the thing is, like, salamanders and axolotls and stuff are very cute and very fun creatures. So, like, I don't think anybody's disappointed when someone's like, this is Henry, my axolotl, my salamander. And they're like, oh no, I went to the wrong spot. And everyone's like, no, I actually love Henry. Tell me more about Henry. Henry's my boy. Does Henry also like Vulcan? I think that's kind of neat. I find that little goof charming. Am I winning? Relatively. I'm currently working on this Lord of Tumors for Trench Crusade, but it's based off the version that is from Style After Hollow Knight. So I've been having fun with that. Quite a bit. Working on some little highlighty bits and whatnot. What else? I don't know. I'm sure somebody has bought a salamander because of the Space Marine chapter, which is kind of fun. People RP everywhere. This hasn't happened for a bit, but every now and then I will get somebody who comes directly into my chat and RPs as an orc. And like, on one hand, like, orc stuff is kind of fun, you know, it's like a goofy thing to do. But I do think that like RPing, you have to be in the right spot. RP is a very context sensitive activity, you know? And then like people do that for like 40k, other 40k things too. I just find that orc RPers are the ones that just seem to ignore a lot of context. You'd be like, oh, I'm a fuck smasher, the orc, and they'll talk in all caps, and then they'll say Yumi, they'll say git, they'll say all the classics, and then eventually they kind of peter out, and you're like, yeah, no, I'm painting minis. How's it going? How you doing, Snowy? How you doing? I'm doing great. Hell yeah. Best of luck on your cannon, yo. Yeah, they do tend to use that quite a bit as their orc. Yeah. It's like it's you know, that's just kind of a life thing in general, that like there's a time and place for certain actions, and like the tricky thing is like sometimes people sometimes RP people just don't know, just cannot read the context of something. Like in the same way that sometimes people will just straight up like Shuni RP in people's chats, and it's really strange. Oh god, I bet Rand has to get that a lot. Hey, Frame Arms Girls, let's go. I have not built a Frame Arms Girl in a hot minute. I did find it like in my like my stuff that I was moving. I did find my architect. I built the wrong arms. I think I built the wrong arms for her, and unfortunately, I wanted the big meaty claws, but I ended up building the piston arms. And I wanted to get the big meaty claws back, but the piston arms and the meaty claws require like the same frame base, and I could not get those separated, so I just kind of stopped for a while. So I've held off on that for a bit. I need to get back into that shit. Let's see, well, that's going. I'm gonna do a little bit more. Is that still wet? Yes it is. This is still wet, I say, as I directly poke the paint with my finger. I want to get a little bit more. I'm doing that technique where I use super glue to lock in a bunch of shit, and then I'm using put that up. And then I'm using isopropyl alcohol to kind of reactivate. Yeah, this guy's a very friend shaped. You know, like nothing says more friend shaped than just like weird bulbous parts. I agree. You know, I may be biased, but I do agree. Yeah, no, I do feel bad too. I like minis. I like Warhammer, but a lot of Warhammer people give minis and Warhammer a really bad name. Like the amount of people I know who like get ambushed by people trying to tell them the Horus Heresy when they have zero indication that they want to know is the worst. And it's like, oh, please don't. Please don't. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I know that you do not want this, and I don't want this for you either. I'm sorry you are trapped in Giga Torment. So I'm gonna try doing... Last time I think I did too thick. I think I did too thick. I also think I'm not supposed to let it fully dry. Maybe there's a little bit of bits that just kind of... what's it called? Some of these bits were because I let the glue drip too much, you know? Implausible in the lore of your section. I am very much do your own thing, fuck what everyone else says. Like within the usual like air quotes, like, you know, don't do anything that would get you kicked out of an LGS. Like obviously I feel like that's real, but like, you know, I always gotta like asterisk that. But like I'm gonna be honest, they're your minis at the end of the day, and letting other people dictate what you paint is very cringe. Do like, you know, they're your minis, do what you want. Be free. So like, you know, if you wanna do a faction or whatever, and they're like, lore doesn't let you do it, just fucking do it. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Oh yeah, these are, I will say, all the people who do these like Hollow Knight kind of models they did a great job at them for sure. So yeah, if I don't let it fully dry, I still can kind of go in with that, just kind of swoosh it around. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. So what I'm doing right now is this is not water I'm using. This is isopropyl alcohol, because it reactivates with the speed paint, and it's supposed to make it bunch up a bit more, which I've never quite got 100%. But it does look kind of nice anyway, though. It does look kind of nice, and it does kind of like it does. It's like it leaves kind of like a splotchy tone, and sometimes you can kind of go in and just be like, okay, I could go in. Maybe I think the way is something like poke a little bit here and like poke a little bit there, and just kind of like work back to something. I don't know. Like I said, this is one of those things that I am still learning, still playing around with. I've only really learned about how to use this like the glue technique very recently. Yeah, so you like this on the top, I can see like in the recesses I might need to do some digging or whatever. Yeah, I mean, do you want? I will also say that like making an army to mess with people is going to be tricky, because it's just like a lot of effort. Well, if you're like, I genuinely want like a cotton candy army, do it. Like legitimately do it. Because like, I mean, here's the thing too. It's like if people online are going to get upset, people online get upset about fucking everything. Like it doesn't matter. No, like nothing fucking matters with online discussions anymore. Everyone's upset. Everybody wants to be upset. So like if there's a thing you want to do and you're afraid of making someone upset, don't worry. They're already upset. Live your life. You know? Yeah. It's also the big thing for like, I mean, there's like some things that like you could be like, if you're like, I'm making an Eldar Space Marine, like that's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be whatever, and like people will probably give you shit for it, but fucking do it, you know? But like when you're talking about the idea of like doing like Diesel Punk World War I, like that's not that weird, and like 40K's got a lot of planets. You can find shit like that all over the place. Like I don't think that's a particularly like crazy thing to ask for. I think you're fine there. Actually, okay, so this is kind of doing what I'm talking about. You see kind of how it's like little, like there's like little veiny bits. I don't know what I did. Like I don't know what I did differently for that one as opposed to the other, but sure, I'll take it. You can see some of it is like gunking up in there, which I'm kind of okay with. Here's an interesting thing. I have a metal toothpick. I was to do Oh, that shit. Oh, when that shit bundles up, it gets hard. Okay, never mind. I was like, maybe I could scratch it out. Maybe that's the key. Maybe I just gotta scratch that shit out. I'm like, no. So it's like, I gotta give it like a decent amount of spreadage, but like I can't let it be too thick or it just gums up. Well, hey, there we go. So that's fun. I mean, if you really want to go Spartan, like I'm sure there's like tons of 3D printable heads you could use to like really go that route, or just get some minis from the. I keep hearing that the Halo War game is really good, but like no one near me plays it, and like I've only played the Halo at other people's houses. I did not get an Xbox until like pretty late in my life. By that I mean college, but like. And, like, I believe I've played through the entire trilogy, but it was in the context of, like, playing with my friend. So, like, we were goofing off and having fun. I was not really, like, absorbing the story. And that's, like, one of those things that, like, sometimes I'm like, maybe that'd be kind of fun to do Halo. But, like, not really. I don't know. I feel like there's a bunch of other games I would rather, like, check off first before I get to that point. But then again, also, I know a lot of you nerds really like Halo, so maybe the idea of me doing 1 through 3, ODST, and Reach, maybe. I guess I also don't have to do all of them in one go. For some reason, I guess for Half-Life it makes sense kind of to do it in one go, but like, I'd probably space those out, maybe. Like I said, I'm thinking about this, and like some of you nerds actually would really be jazzed about this, so like, maybe it's not a terrible idea. Maybe it's not a terrible idea. I won't say when I would potentially follow through with it, but not opposed. Because yeah, like I would go play, because like a friend of mine had an Xbox growing up, and I'd just play all those games at his house. We would play Stubbs the Zombie, and Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, Halo, I think a couple of fighting games, but those are sort of the big ones I remember. It was a fun place to go, like, because like I'd go to his house and play like Xbox games, and I'd watch Chobits, and I was like, oh, this is fucking wild. None of this shit would have happened at my house. This is great. Also, thank you, Finbar. Big stretchy. Oh yeah, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Glad you're having fun with the Halo chats. Get like a little, slightly more. Yeah, some of this kind of also keeps like, almost like going back to being. It was kind of yellow, but then there we go. We got a little too deep. I think every time I do this, it looks pretty good, though. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. I will go back to the main guy, but I do want to finish this up. Oh, is it already time for like? I guess the fact that Twitch did like a really quick ad break has kind of fucked me up, because like there's going to be like effectively like an ad break that's extra that I did not want. Oh shit! I already did these ones. Fine. I get those big bubbles. These are the ones I accidentally like fully painted over, and it's just like went way too hard. Oh yeah, I guess maybe stippling is the way. Like this is an old brush of mine, so like if it gets kind of fucked up, I'm not super worried about it. I also do want to go back and maybe eventually hit this up with a little bit of that Carrion Crimson enamel stuff, because I think it adds like a little of extra particulate stuff. But maybe not, you know? It's gross word. Hey, there we go. I'm sorry, I understand that you're like not jazzed by it, but it's also like, oh, if it looks that bad, that's good. Yippee, it's working. Excellent. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I have like a very light story for my Mordheim Warband. I guess most people, I don't know, it's tricky, because like I'm in a new area where like I don't think a lot of people are thinking of like an overarching story for the lads, and mine are just going with the idea that they've contracted this really horrible like disease that just caused them to get all fucked up, and they're trying to feed it Warpstone to cultivate it further, so they could fuck up all of humanity for the Great Horned Rat, which is a very Skaven thing to do. Like eat shit, fuck man thing, get diseased, like that kind of dealio. Shit, fuck, goddamn. The stupid way of trying to do Skaven speech, but I'm okay with it. I should not poke. I guess the nice thing too is if it gets real bad, I can always just go back with like a real thin wash version of this. Yeah, there we go. It's yeah, because like the glue technique is definitely really putting some work to it. Like I definitely need to go back to this guy later because he's got like little bits of like I want to get the outfit. Like I think I need to do a little bit more with like the metal. For some reason the gold, not the gold, the bronze I used. There we go. I was using a bronze. And just like something about that particular shade of bronze just got all fucked up. Like when I did the dry brushing, it didn't really do the proper oxidize effect. I don't remember maybe if I was using a thicker bronze, brass, my bad, copper. I'm just gonna name every metal until I remember the right one. Like I was using like a thicker metal or whatever. And like maybe, or like the one I used was the one I was using at the time was the like Vallejo air metal copper, which is pretty good for a lot of things, but I think the when I use it for these guys, I just did something weird and it just didn't work as well as I usually enjoy. Oh, these are all pustules. Yeah, no, these are 100% pustules. Like I said, I really want to sell the idea that these things are like actively growing a horrible kind of like tumor disease out of their own backs. And, you know, feeding it warpstone, aka kind of like magic space crack, is really helping with that. Really getting that juice going. Let's go, Gross Awesome. Thank you. That's the as a person who paints this kind of shit. That's all I really want. I need people to be like, "How this is disgusting. Good job." Squeaker, he do got some hemorrhoids. Okay, this guy's also pretty good. All right, I think this is time for ad break-ish. So let's get that going again. Go, man. Ah. All right, I'm back. All right, guys, you were fine. You were right. You were right. I was cranking my hog. I was. This one. There we go. I was actually looking through my minis today, and I rediscovered this lad, this Malifaux fucking big ass hog. I think initially I didn't do anything with him because like there was just some inherent gaps to the model. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm actually skilled enough that I know how to fix those now. I could just sprue goo those gaps shut and be fine. So yeah, I don't know what I want to use the hog for. Like a lot of the Malifaux Bayou stuff feels like it would be great in turn. Like I feel like I could just show up with like a hog as like a lump and just be like, all right, there you go. It's the hog lump. It's the lump like you all wanted. Everybody loves the lump. Hog status fully cranked. Hell yeah, brother. But yeah, I actually have two hogs, funnily enough. I also have the plastic one. The plastic one looks better. Like it's got a better shape and it's more dynamic and there's like a guy on his back. And, you know, I got room in my heart for two hogs. Yeah, you know, yeah, he's uncranked. There we go. It's okay. Maybe I mean, I also have another hog I have a 3-headed hog somewhere around here. Maybe that's what I gotta do. I have to do an entire stream where hogs get cranked, and by cranked I mean painted. So I'm using this Vallejo off-white. I just want to see what that looks like if I go like... That reads kind of as bonish, but I also kind of want to maybe try the idea of using buff to dry brush, which is also like a very white, very yellow white. Cranking my hog until I'm done, and it's just like, can I paint three pigs in one stream? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean the thing is, like, I don't think anybody in my local turnip group would be like, no, how you can't use your hog for Malifaux. You can't use your hog for turnip. Turnip is such a permissible game for bullshit that unless you're like, this is my Space Marine, like, and like no one really does that. I actually do have a kit bash for. I think it's like every now and then there's a piece of turnip art that has a Space Marine fighting like 100 turnip guys. How you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, everyone should hold on. I want to show what Dark Muffin be cooking up. It'd be very, very good. Let's see. Let me get a picture. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, I have it saved. Sick. Oh no, I saved it as a web P. That's why I need to get it again. Okay, there we go. Check it out. Oh fuck. Can we go here? Check it out. Half-Life, baby. Super rad. It looks super rad just to see myself with the fucking suit. It's like, ooh, very good, very nice, very legit. Oh yeah, so yeah, once again, thank you for that. Thank you. It was very, very cool. I was completely. You guys have been spoiling me with very specific art lately, and I'm here for it. It's fucking rad. Brother, oh no, you can. There is an STL. There is an STL of the oat pigs. That's real. You can get those. I've seen the STLs for them. I have them bookmarked. Ooh, oh shit, let's go. I don't know. I'm very curious because like I feel like maybe I feel like maybe that like I could be doing Half-Life episode 2 this Thursday. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, okay, I think yeah, this is a good. This color for the dry brush was the correct choice. Like an odd bony color. I still think maybe I did like the right base bone color, but that's fine. It's gonna. I think it's looking good enough that I'm okay with it. Yeah, those. Yep, I have those exact ones bookmarked. I had those exact ones bookmarked, and I was like, Like I bookmark a lot of STLs, and I'm like, someday I'll need this. Someday this particular thing that I need will need to exist, and I will have the correct mini bookmarked. And like that's not even like a cope. That happens a decent amount. I'll bookmark something dumb, and then like eventually I'll find like the right mini or right army to like really utilize like a piece or like a thing. Like for Trench Crusade, every now and then I'll bookmark something and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm starting a new armor. Oh yeah, I need the, oh, this weapon's gonna be good. Oh, let's fucking go. That should do be happening sometimes. Not super often, mind you, but like enough that I feel good for my STL hoarding habits. And by hoarding, I mean bookmarking. It's not like I'm paying money for them until I need them. Half-Life, Green Day. I walked a lonely road. It's true. I only know one road, and it leads to comically large amounts of mini painting. But yeah, no, there's been a ton of fan art lately. I'm very, very, very thankful for it. It's really, really nice. It is. There's not a feeling on Earth that activates the neurons like getting fan art. It really is fucking buck wild. Oh no, hold on. You got like a weird gap under there, buddy. I might be able to paint around that. I might be able to dry brush my way home on that bad boy, but if not, oh fuck, that's too thick. Too thick. I think it's just because the angle on this dry brush is inherently kind of weird. Still not bad though. Like it's weird because despite this guy's rounded shape, he's actually got some like really good accent points. Like when I do that, you can kind of see like the inherent lines of the horns. That look nice. I think for this one, if I just go like, there we go. Nice. Oh shit! You know what I could totally do? I was using Murder Scene for the pustules, but if I'm trying to get into all the goopy cracks and crevices, it'd actually be really good for this too. Where did I put it? Here. Okay, there we go. No. Oh yeah, I got so many good. Fucking anything from Denonbu is just like a fucking certified banger jam. Super worth it. Super worth it. China, Japan, international animation. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's pretty neat. My litter box is just all the bullshit I put on there. There was I'm still not entirely sure what I'm torn. So what I was kind of originally thinking was like, I have not seen Season of the Witch. And at first I was like, well, Season of the Witch feels like it's a Halloween movie, even though it's like a dumb fantasy movie. But also I'm like, maybe this year I will finally do it, and I will just watch Nightmare on Elm Street for movie night for Halloween, kind of doing, you know, just kind of really leaning more in that kind of like it's like a goofy magical thing anyway, so like that'd be kind of fun. So maybe for tomorrow's movie night, we might be watching Season of the Witch. Borderline unwatchable. It's so dull. That's kind of generally what I've heard, but I also feel like I just need to do it. You know, like I've watched a lot of the movies for movie night that I'm like, I probably need to watch this come rain or shine. That's definitely one of them. I guess the other one would just be to go ahead and do Reign of Fire, the dragon one with fucking planes. I do remember that one. I don't know. Like let's see, there's a couple. I also might want to try it because like, yeah. I think inherently the idea of Season of the Witch, even if it's bad, just kind of sounds fun because it's Ron Perlman and Nicolas Cage in the fucking like Black Plague era hunting witches. Like even if it's boring, which it very well probably is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure like. Something that I find fun about Nicolas Cage is his just kind of inherent like mercenary nature, where it's like he's like, yeah, I'll be in anything if you give me money. Like, you know, I like to the point where like if I had like $100 million and I was like, Nick Cage, in this movie you're a shrimp, like an actual animal shrimp, and your entire set of lines is, boy howdy do I love eating kelp. And that's it. That's the only thing he says. Nick Cage would probably be like, yeah, okay. When do I start? I'll get on that now. Which once again, I think that's neat. There's something just kind of like inherently funny about that to me. think I need for both these guys, I need to do some dry brushes on there. I mean, you're not wrong, but also I can't give them too much shit for the idea of buying castles. It's like the idea that like, oh yeah, he keeps losing money because he's buying castles. Like, I feel like, you know, I'm like, fuck yeah. Out of all the dumb shit, you know, like I would much rather my celebrities buy castles than other, like, you know, than just like, oh no, more cocaine. Yeah, like he also bought, there was he bought a real haunted house. What's the name of, like, Madame Lalaurie or whatever? He bought some like New Orleans haunted house, I believe, as well. I forget which one. I'm probably getting the exact like ghost mixed up. Get like a little bit. I get some kind of orange rust into some of his little crevices and whatnots. And then I want to dry brush all these guys with some. I'm gonna dry brush these guys with some like a metallic color, kind of like a silver or whatever. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, all that stuff is fun. Like once again, like I can't be mad. I can't be mad at that. It's in the same way that like I can't be whenever people are like, can you believe Gavin bought another yacht and like buy 3 more yachts, my guy? You know, you're doing it. You're doing it. You're making it real. It's fairly high and buried in the backyard to return to nature. That sounds like a thing. It's like one of those things that like I feel like Nick Cage is almost like the Chuck Norris of just like weird bullshit. That, like you can kind of just say whatever. You can just kind of say whatever, and then it's like, yeah, that's a joke. That's a joke kind of thing, but like, you know, you never know. I'll have to admit, I forget. I don't know if it was Cribs or not. I so legitimately care so little about the lives of celebrities, but there was one of those like where they're like, yeah, this is Del Toro's tour of his house, and dude was living like, I want to say it's like my dream house, but it's also like a gigantic fucking clutter fest in a way that I'm like, this is my dream house. This is, if I was given Del Toro's budget, I would also be living in a similar, just real jacked up, like nonsense house. It's so very real. It's so very real. Yeah, it was a Love Live, right? If I remember right, the one I saw was that like he went to one of the I think there was like the Love Live movie was in the US. And I think his son was a big Love Live fan. So Nick Cage just ended up being outside posing with some Love Live cosplayers. Which is very funny. Love Live's kind of interesting to like, I remember like it being a way bigger deal. And then I feel like Idolmaster kind of caught up in the States. I will say everything to do with the newest idol, like the was it like Gaku in high school? The whatever the new the new Idolmaster is. I think I generally like all the music that comes out of that. Like anything to do with I don't remember her name. I'm not really I like her stuff, but I'm not like a real true fan. I'm just bad at stuff. It was there's like this like really sickly looking blonde girl. And like all of her music is like really, really like legitimately nice. It's and then you're like, this is coming from fucking Idolmaster? Okay. Not that there's several songs on the mini painting playlist that is from Idolmaster. They do got some jams as a franchise. I will give them that for sure. That sounds great. I like the idea of just getting around buying antique puppets sounds fucking great. Sounds fantastic. That sounds rad as shit. Del Toro lives a life that like I don't know, it's weird. It's like the idea that like, oh no, I'm not buying, like if I lived my life and never went buying puppets in Budapest, I'm okay with that. But also if you're like, how no expenses paid vacation, all expenses paid vacation to Budapest to buy puppets, I'd be like, fuck yeah, let's go. I'm gonna get all the fucking little weird ass puppets. I'm going to become one of the victims of a Puppet Master movie. I don't give a shit. I'll, like, get this a little bit. There's like a little bit on the eye stuff. I'm doing that thing where I'm filling it with white, and I'm gonna do like a glow effect later for these guys. It's like this guy and his counterpart are basically done. They're very, very, very close, and I would love to get them done. I don't know, everything I've heard about people talking about like hanging with Del Toro, they make him sound like he's a really lovely guy. Like, I feel like if Del Toro was a dick to hang around, I would have heard by now, you know? You think somebody'd be like, man, I can't believe Del Toro's a huge fucking dick. I think Del Toro's just like a huge fucking passionate nerd, and that's why people like to hang with him. Like, I mean, never say never, because every now and then you're like, oh, that guy you like? That guy you like? Oh, he's a fucking monster. I'm like, oh, okay. That's unfortunate. But, like, you know, I haven't heard anything bad about Del Toro, so hope springs eternal with him. A little bit too much. Go around the edge. There we go. Where he leaves you at the station. Oh, just like, oh, you're saying he's just like a really intense friend. Oh, that I can see. I can totally see something like that. That does not shock me in the slightest. So this guy's got a little head wiggler, and I think the best thing to do with the little head wiggler is I'm going to dry brush. I have a little bit remaining purple. Just going to dry brush the head wiggler with some purple. Very, very economical. Yay, there we go. I can also maybe make this a little slimy later, because, you know. Oh, he's also got, oh yeah, he's also got this little one that I just totally missed. I just totally missed one. But yeah, but you know, I feel like if you're hanging with Del Toro, you're going to be on his train anyway. Like, you know, I feel like that's kind of part of the oeuvre. Important. That's a strange choice. I think both the Del Toro Hellboys were pretty good. I'm going to be honest though. I think the Appalachia one was probably my favorite. Like, I think that, you know, the Del Toro ones are sort of like certified like 2000s era classics, but I really, really, really like the Appalachia one. Where it's just kind of just like, you know, it's kind of like understated when it needed to be, and like it was definitely a mood. I definitely really liked it. The idea that like I don't know, if he's going like, no, my Hellboy is the correct one. Like, that's okay. Not feeling that. I'm also gonna do a little bit of dry blood in that. I'll just give him like a back wound or something like that. Like a blood effect will do that. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. Yeah. Oh, it might be. Oh, I could see that then. The Hellboy comics are one of those things that like every couple of years I'm like, this is the year. This is the year I do that. I read all the Hellboy comics, and that you know, that happens for a lot of things in my life, and I just don't do that. Like, I got reminded there was a book that like years ago I was like, I should read that, and I never did. And I got reminded about it on Twitter of all places. It was like the I think it's like How to Survive the Time War. Like, that feels like that's like one of the books I think years ago I was like, I'll get around to that sometime. Completely forgot about it, and just got reminded out of the blue. I was like, oh shit. I never did read that, did I? Also using this off-white, which is probably gonna make the glow a little weird. Oh yeah, no. Once again, I'm not doubting the quality of Hellboy. I very much understand that Hellboy good. Side just keeps getting kind of like slightly left out. We're doing all right. Yeah, like no, like I'm fully on board with Hellboy being legit. Now what I gotta do is I gotta make these brighter and yellower. Changing it a little bit. Maybe? I don't know. The thing is I already like that kind of stuff. I don't think I would change as a person, but I could see myself liking it. It's just that, like, it's pretty much just like one day just going to the local comic store and just seeing how many copies they have of the various Hellboy things. Or not comic store, just like I have a really good secondhand bookstore that I think would probably have it. So I'm trying to read a lot of things that I already got first before I keep going a little deeper. That's one of the reasons I kind of want to read Bread Boy. But like, I also still need to get around to reading that, like the Japanese Garage Kit zine that I picked up. I still need to read my way through that, and like, you know, I'm trying to do more zine reading stuff because I still have a goal, and I think it's still feasible, but I need to actively begin like handling it. Is I would like that once MagFest rolls around this year, I would like to have a physical copy of a zine that I can be like, here you go. Here's a zine. I made the zine. And I have, yeah, I mean, they've been around, actually. The thing is, like, that's already kind of been part of the whole Comic Cat oeuvre. But like, but maybe there's like kind of specifically zines have been picking up, which is cool. I think they're neat. I'm somebody who grew up on gaming magazines, and there is like a kind of like spicy magic. Yeah, the 3D printed rats didn't. The problem is that people were like jazzed for the 3D printed rats, but everybody was like, they're gonna break. Like when I gave out the HAL stickers, I think that was a bit better. I think that was a bit better. And yeah, I also need to do like a formal, maybe I'll do like a formal like meet and greet this year too, or something like that. Or just like, hey, yeah, come over here and say how I'll give you a sticker. Also, you're gonna get beat up, I guess. Oh, that's cool then. Never mind. Hell yeah, let's go. It's like, I don't know. I think like the idea of like, it's like a lot of the technology behind making magazines is like, you know, your average person can just get like InDesign or equivalent of InDesign, you know. I need to remember what that one. I believe you sent me one. I'm blanking on the exact STL off the top of my head. But anyway, really want to get the zine thing. I want to get the zine thing going because like on the way to like visiting my friends, I watched that Comic Cat documentary, and it actually like gave me like a huge brain blast on how to like kind of like, maybe it's a weird way of saying this, but like weaponize my streams towards making that real, where it's like, okay, here's a stream I could do. Here's a stream I could do to like get me a thing that I want to be in the zine, you know? Portless rats. Ah, I gotcha. I'll have to double check on that. Maybe resend me that because I might have forgone. I'm sorry. Guess I could technically do both. Oh shit! Thank you, Huggy. Let me drink real quick. Go, man. But it's like, I think what I need to do is get like a big centerpiece model, or like a maybe if not quite a centerpiece model, then like a nice little kind of like scene with some like terrain and some models. I want to do a thing about bootlegging Magic cards, but I guess less bootlegging. It's more about taking like kind of like doing like zine style proxies to Magic cards, because I've seen some people do those and they look really, really sick, and I would like to do that. I would like to do that myself. And then I want to put the custom Space Marine chapter stuff in there. That's one of it. I think I just keep really going back to the idea of I want to make my own subsector. I want to make my own 40k subsector and fill it with all my little dudes and everything. And I think introducing that to the zine to start with would be kind of neat. Kind of a reoccurring series of articles or something like that. Also, the more I bring up this like color on the pustules, I'm really jazzed how these are turning out. They're looking really, really, really nice. Ah, I got it. Oh, so that's the cutoff point. Gotcha. Oh, I will try to keep that in mind. Also, something I need to watch is I think it only got a pilot. It was the Amazing Screw-On Head. I've been told that's really, really good. I need to do that. Oh, that's unfortunate. Is it a thing where his heart isn't into Hellboy anymore, but that's what puts money on the table, so he just kind of signs it off to whoever? That does feel kind of strange. How's this looking? Yeah, just make Hell Space real. The sad thing is, I thought it'd be cool to introduce like to add like the word knocked to it, but then the fucking Noctamon Gauntlet is already like a big thing in 40k, so I'm like, nah, okay. I can't use that now. It's taken, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like off the top of my head, like what else is like a big dark horse moneymaker? There's probably some I just don't know. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I just don't know off the top of my head. Also, Steve, have yourself a good night and take it easy. I'll have a good rest. All right, stuff I need to do for the lad. I feel like the more I just keep bringing these, just the brighter and yellower I keep making these, the better. So I'll probably just keep doing that. Hey, Steve, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Probably at the very, very end, I'll just do a gloss coat on this just to kind of make them shiny. Oh, are they the ones who do Berserk? Ah, that's fair, that's fair. Still need to read Berserk. Speaking about things I need to read, I do have the very first volume of Berserk in that like nice like leather edition, like the one where you get like the big heavy book. I just need to read that and then just, you know, read the rest however I can. I know deep in my heart that I will fuck with Berserk a lot, and I just haven't got around to it. Just haven't got around to it. The story of my life. I bet this thing is cool and I'd like it. I haven't got around to it. Oh, I didn't realize, like, I've been aware of Usagi Yojimbo for a while. I didn't know that was like a big moneymaker. Like, is it still ongoing? It's one of those series that like I've been vaguely aware of for many years, but I didn't know if there was like a I didn't know it was like a big one. Oh, Trigun makes sense. Trigun makes sense. Okay, I guess I learned about the deep Usagi Yojimbo money making. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's see. I'm pulling this up like. I'm gonna get like a really good divide between like the neck and the purple. There we go. I think that's good. I think that's good. It's like a couple. There's like a couple little bits. I'm debating also the idea of maybe So initially, I kind of wonder if the ploy is to take the arms and make them the same color as the head. You know what? I'm gonna try it on the top arms. The bottom arms could maybe remain the same. I think maybe just to, so I don't get like too deep in the weeds, I'll start with one. I think that would look nice. How you doing, Flame Lord? How you doing? Welcome. I'm working on my big boy, the lad, the Lord of Tumors. That's going for pretty good. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Chaos Country, motherfucker. This is Chaos Country. We are Imperium Nihilus, my friend. The light of the Emperor does not shine on my streams. Hey, it's all good, Finbar. Get yourself some food, yo. Basically the same. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I kind of also keep forgetting that like the Turtles is also a big comic franchise. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. That was really easy. That was really easy to convince you to fall from the Emperor's Grace. All right. But yeah. Like there's a lot of comics that like I've read an okay amount over the years, but like the stuff I've read is more like Transmet or what's some other ones? Invisibles and stuff like that. I did kind of go for a while for like all the comics that are like vaguely occult themed. Like, I know the idea that, like, Grant Morrison supposedly put together the Invisibles as some sort of, like, crazy hyper ritual. Which I thought that was, like, even, like, you know, the idea of making a piece of, like, literature a ritual is very cool. Whether you believe in it working or not, I still think conceptually the idea is very, very sick. There we go. Do you seem like a Vertigo guy? Is that just, like brand, specific? Oh, okay. I guess I never, because I know like Transmet was published by DC a couple times, so I don't know who the fuck does whatever stuff. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this guy's still very work in progress. I'm also working on these Chuckle Fucks, very, very slowly. Very happy the way those like weird back pustules came out, and then this guy as well for a very similar deal. Yeah, I mean, I I do like me some weirder comics and stuff. It's nice. It's fun. Like to date, like my favorite superhero run of anything is the fucking Prophet sequel series, which I hesitate to call that a superhero thing because it's so science fantasy at this point. It's like the fact that that series started with a Rob Liefeld character is like they're almost like I've never read any of the original Prophet run. Really nothing to do with like I'm sure like when characters show up and Prophet vaguely recognizes them, it would maybe mean something more to me if I read those comics, but like not really. Okay. Maybe that's just an indication I need to read more of their backlog. Maybe some of their other kind of big hitters. It was that. Also, I know like what was I trying to do? At one point I was working my way through Sandman, which I didn't get. I think I got to like volume 4 and I just ran out of volumes in like my house, so I didn't do much with that afterwards. What's some other ones I was doing? I do like Mouse Guard. Mouse Guard does fuck. Mouse Guard is very different from a lot of stuff. It's very like unbranded for a thing for me to like, but it's also like not like the other ones I've been talking about. Yeah, I do think immediately I'm digging the arm coloration. I think I'm just gonna go into it. Maybe look that up later. I'm curious, like. Wait, what's wrong with so to be fair, I've only read like fall and winter from the Mouse Guard comics. If it kept going and got shittier, I've entirely ducked out on that forever. I've entirely missed whatever nonsense that might have been. But yeah, you never, yeah, it'd be like that. Comics I've enjoyed quite a bit. That's how you doing, Mentis? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, does he just not make anything? Oh, okay. I mean, things could be worse. Like sometimes it's better to be left wanting than be like oh no, you fucked everything up. How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on this big Hollow Knight. I should probably go to medium zoom at this point. He's very large. Well, see, that's nice. That means I can catch up to the rest of Mouse Guard pretty easy. Yippee! Let's go. Good. There we go. Yeah, I mean it's tricky though because also like as an artist you kind of got to keep going for food reasons. Like I you know I kind of get it. I get the idea of like it sucks to be left wanting. And then like you know sometimes you get your like your thing. So how you doing, Top Hat? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, because like there's a couple of things I feel about that. Like there's like it's really weird. There's the instance that immediately comes to mind is that there's a Vocaloid producer called Hia, I believe. And like he right out the gate made probably one of my favorite Vocaloid songs of all time, Snake. And then everything they've done since then has not been like nearly as good. I'm like, what the fuck happened there? What is this? Like if they just made Snake and then disappeared into the night, I'd be like, what a legend, you know? Oh, okay. Oh, he might be so like I wonder if he's in that weird limbo. Like apparently the guy behind Gravity Falls was like got like an exclusive contract with Netflix and then just Netflix didn't make anything with him, so he just kind of sits around doing nothing. Like I wonder if they like pay him to not do anything because like otherwise I'm like, how does he like not starve to death? Oh yeah, no, Transmet fucks. I'm due for a proper. I'm at that period of time where I've forgotten a lot of fine details, which means that I'm due for. The one nice thing about my faulty memory is that I can take something that I like and go back and reread it again, and it's basically like a whole new thing. It's super nice that way. Bad from a lot of other stuff, you know. Yeah, he did Gravity Falls, which I think people generally like. I've not seen it. I've not seen it really. Like the only thing I really know about Gravity Falls is that like it's apparently got like a good mystery. There's the Tumblr sexy man, evil pyramid Satan, and that people want to see the cousins kiss. Are they cousins or brother or sister? People want to see them kiss anyway, and that's not unusual on the internet. That's all I really know about that though. Oh, it's really good. I have a hard time picking favorites, but Transmet is really, really good. Transmat was so good that it got me to look into Hunter S. Thompson as a person, which is really funny. I do straight up love how it's just like, oh yeah, this is just, it's like Spider Jerusalem is just Hunter S. Thompson. You know, he's just Hunter S. Thompson. He's legally distinct Hunter S. Thompson in the future. I also have a soft spot of like there's a kind of like 90s version of the grimdark future that I still love. I mentioned this a decent amount, the idea that like, oh yeah, in the future things are going to get so bad, they're going to make a Sesame Street where people fuck in it. And it's like very funny to me. Like it's super duper funny because it's like I mean, we've seen how the futures turn out, and it turns out that like no, you can't have anyone fucking in our future. But like it's really charming when I see that reoccurring 90s to early 2000s of like Sesame Street but fucking, you know. Oh yeah, I do have the CRPG. It's one of those things that like I would like to run this someday, and nobody I've ever hung with want to play it. So it probably doesn't help that Wheel of Time is a very complex system. Like I don't like hate complex systems, but there's a lot of people that are like, no, I will not touch this. I will not touch this. No, thank you. Oh, okay. You went the proper order then. I did Transmet, a book of Hunter S. Thompson interviews that I think was just called Gonzo. Then Fear and Hunger, and then the movie Gonzo, which was, I believe, different from the book Gonzo, which I think was just interviews. Sesame Street win. I mean, basically, yeah. That's basically what was kind of like shown a decent amount in there. Not like a crazy amount. I just think about that because it's just like, I don't know. It's like when you see when people think like what the future's like, and like a lot of times it's like that kind of like, oh, there's gonna be like flying cars and stuff. But then like there's other kind of like failed like futures that just also kind of are things. That's sort of what I think about like Transmet's kind of like dystopian future that even at this part is kind of like charming and quaint in a funny way. It's also like something very similar to that. Okay. So he's just perpetually on just like, yeah, it'll happen any day now. Oh, that's unfortunate. Doing a little bit of metallic dry brush. This guy is like trimmed out enough that like it's kind of hitting up some areas, but not a huge amount. That's fine though. That's fine. Yeah, there was I vaguely recall there was like another article of his I read. Like, oh yeah, no, I think I bought the book and I never got around to it when he did. So, because like prior to Fear and Hunger, his sort of big thing was just like effectively infiltrating the Hell's Angels. Like he just sort of became a Hell's Angel because you know he is sort of the pioneer of Gonzo journalism of like, oh yeah, no, this is a story that I'm going to insert myself into, which gives you like kind of like the realist version of that, but also means you get the fuck beaten out of you a lot if you're doing shit with like Hell's Angel stuff, because it turns out like I don't know how serious Hell's Angels are these days. Like I feel like they've kind of softened up. Like I don't think they're really quite the menace they used to be. Like I'm sure like, you know, if you're in like an alley somewhere and you talk shit, they will beat you up. But like back in his day where it's kind of like they were like, you know, I think they did like security for like the Rolling Stones and it got real bad, and a couple of other things like back when they were more like an actual gang. As opposed to like something your uncle joins because he's feeling rebellious, you know? I'd run and be need a guy. Okay, if it does have cannibalism, that is pretty legit. Hell yeah. I also need to dry brush this little wiggler now. I guess this is a proper mini dry brush that I need to clean the fuck out of one of these days. I need to clean the fuck out of this. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. But yeah, no, he did like I said, yeah, I was like, he's probably the closest thing to like a celebrity I was ever interested in, where I just thought it was like, as somebody who is the exact opposite of like Hunter S. Thompson, where Hunter S. Thompson would just like drink and party and do what the fuck ever and take like crazy risks. I am not Hunter S. Thompson like at all. So I remember just being like kind of like fascinated by just like, this is like it's like an alien lifestyle, but like he wasn't like stupid, because he did a lot of things that also you would associate stupid people doing, but like, I don't know, he did like end his own life, so it didn't entirely go great for him, but he still kind of just like lived a very interesting life that I thought was very neat to see. Yeah, it's I mean, that kind of happened. Like, you know, I can't imagine that something like full blast Hell's Angels would like survive like now. But yeah, that's that kind of thing that's like definitely like, oh yeah, in like the 60s and 70s when everybody was just like mean and like the tech wasn't particularly high and like a lot of people were probably using them for drugs. I could see them genuinely being terrifying. It's like, yeah, it's like your local buddy just goes like, hey, I like a very realistic scenario in the 70s. Oh, hey, your buddy was trying to get drugs and he like pissed off the guy and just ended up like getting into a fight and then just like taking his drugs and leaving. Like, not everybody's living that life, but that's not like an improbable scenario. In that case, the Hells Angels coming to like probably kill your buddy. Like the fact that like that kind of shit could happen at like, you know, reasonably so. Or even more just like, you know, maybe you were just buying drugs from a guy and then from the guy, and then he just, you know, you got into a fight, or just like, I was like not saying the stealing one's maybe a bit much, but like it could realistically kick your ass or like, you know, could like coerce you into some shit. Like it was crazy, you know? And then also like, you know, the fact that like they were a lot very mobile and like, because like this also like I think during the period of time we don't really have this as much anymore, where you can move to a different state and you're a new person. Like everything like this is not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it is. I do think it's the idea of like, I fucked up. I sort of need to like, you know, get my shit together. I'm just gonna move a couple states and just be a totally new person. Like you can kind of do that, but straight up like you could do that in the past where it's like, yeah, you're a new guy now. You're really a new guy. Like, you know, like you have a social security number and stuff, but like no one's finding your old post on Facebook, which is kind of wild. Got this kind of globe. Nothing super crazy with the globe. Just kind of getting around there. He had little whites in his eyes at one point, and I think he still kind of does, but hitting that up with like a bit of that. There we go. Yeah, they just could, like, yeah, just beat the fuck out of you, yeah. It's like, and like, the fact that Hunter S. Thompson was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna publish all their dirty laundry in like a big sort of tell-all news story that ended up kind of going like this, like that era's equivalent of like kind of viral. It's like, man, dude is fucking nuts. And like I said, as somebody who has always been a square, I've always been like a little, I'm very risk adverse. I'm a very risk adverse person. Because like a lot of times, like I'm terrified of having like not having a safety net to protect me, and also just like, you know, I've like, you know, the idea that if I fuck up too bad, I just have nothing and then I'm homeless is like, mind you, like, and like, not that people do that kind of shit all the time, and they just don't give a fuck. And that's when I'm like, damn, I give too much of a fuck to ever do that. But I find it neat conceptually that like people are out there who could, who could not give a fuck. And that's why I think Hunter S. Thompson particularly kind of like caught my interest as a teen. And then a little bit, I probably teens maybe stretched. That might have been like early, I think that was like early college. I guess you're still kind of a teen early. I mean, I know 19, yeah, but like, you know what I mean? Like mentally, you're not that different. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could just go there. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, because like if you, and this is really horrible to say, if like if there was going to be one, like a journalist who could have like a reasonable like suicide thing, it probably would have been Hunter S. Thompson, where people like, yeah, he wasn't doing well, so the idea that like he did it on his own isn't like suspicious. But I also would not be surprised if the idea that, yeah, somebody's like, he's getting in our shit. He's getting in our shit. He should not be getting in our shit anymore. Look at this guy, because these guys got some like little drippy bits that like the glue hardened too much and got like all up on the back. But yeah, like that kind of stuff is just like, because like, and then like I read, I think because like I went on the internet in places where people would just like share whole ass like chapters of Transmit, and I was like, oh fuck, this is neat. And then I'm like, oh yeah, there's a guy who's just the guy. Like, you didn't even make an OC, you just made Legally Distinct Guy, which I found kind of a neat at the same token. Yeah, and like he did, like, because like, you know, he's famous in his stuff for doing crazy hard drugs, so it's not like that's even totally improbable either, where it's like, yeah, no, like it's like the opening to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Where's that? I'm sure that parody exists. I'm sure people have made Fear and Hunger in Las Vegas, just like pictures and stuff. Fucking have like the mercenary wearing the hat, but like it opens up with like a comical amount of drugs. Like that opens up with drugs that I just don't think you can get anymore. Like weird, strange 70s drugs where it's just like, it's like, oh yeah, no, this is like this required a chemist to do that. Hi, Skitari Lover. We're talking about Hunter S. Thompson. Because years ago I was introduced to the comic Transmetropolitan, which is really good. Really, really good comic. But also, like, the man was crazy. Like, he like crazy fearless, did a bunch of drugs, kind of like was like pioneered the idea of gonzo journalism, and then died under what could be suspicious circumstances, but also could just be him. Yeah, exactly, that kind of stuff. Where like, oh yeah, no, like we made this drug because John F. Kennedy needed it to get a boner, and then somebody just slipped out a couple of pills, and they've been making duplicates ever since. And if you take it, on one hand, you remain rock hard and hallucinate for 3 days, but also the entire time, like your blood is slowly being turned into mercury, so you will die a horrific death. Like that's the kind of shit you could get in like the 70s. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's why you like this. Yeah. Yeah, your asshole will fall off. Like, don't think too hard about how that happens. It just will. It just will. It's not going to be good. Yeah, like, that's the kind of stuff where it's like, yeah, no, you could... Back then, things would just be fucking crazy. Like, the 60s and 70s are just kind of real fucking buck wild. Oh yeah, fucking yeah, that was, I remember Crocodile. I remember, like, I assume some people still do that, but I remember that kind of being like, I think in general, you could like, I think every drug, while like you wouldn't take it, you can kind of understand where it's like, I don't think I would ever do LSD, but I can get it. I can get it. Like, you know, or it's like I mention every now and then that like, I like the idea of meth. That sounds, to explain, I'm somebody who, you know, I'm very tired. I probably don't sleep as much as I should. And like work and projects and socialization stuff, you know. But then when I think about that, I hear stories about people who tried meth for the first time, they get like unlimited energy and like do everything they've ever wanted to do. Like, I'm like, damn, that seems neat. But then also like, you know, the side effects are not good. And I would never do it, also because illegal. So how you doing, Mr. Mobius? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I'm sure a lot of what he said is just, yeah, probably like you said, just like stuff you can get with goofy names, but still, you know. But yeah, every time I hear about Crocodile, it's like you face like I forget exactly what it is. I know it's like you inject like fucking like drain clingers or shit into you, and I'm like, oh god. None of this sounds good. No one seems to be having a good time. And it's like, oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's one. It's like, I don't understand. Like, I assume Crocodile is like option Z, where it's like after everything runs out and you're like, I have nothing left, but I need something. I guess that's when Crocodile comes in, but man. Oh, is there mysterious circumstances to the death of Anthony Bourdain? Anthony Bourdain. I was like, I didn't know, like, I was vaguely aware of what, I know he did like travel stuff. But yeah, he's one of those people that I just didn't really know about, and I still don't really know a huge amount. How you doing, Felpos? How you doing? How you doing? Just laughing. I don't need that. I need the energy. I can make that happen otherwise. I don't need anything for that, but like, I would love to have the energy just to paint minis for like 10 hours or whatever. Just get who gives a shit. But then I also like, you know, functioning and like having a job and autonomy and whatnot. So then how can get it? I can do that nowadays. I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, some of that is also just a kind of like thing where you kind of hear about people talk about, they're like, I don't know why it's so hard to get a job for a young person, and then you find out that like, you know, they went to college on just like a McDonald's salary, and then immediately their first beginner job was enough to like have like a full home with a kid. Like you could just do a lot more. Yeah, that one I guess wouldn't be too so. Unfortunately I do know somebody who lost their life to auto rock asphyxiation. That's another one of those things where I'm just like, I feel like there's got to be easier ways to get a boner, but like, it's like everything about it seems really dangerous, but I guess whatever boner you get from it is so good that people keep trying it until they fuck up. Yeah. For a job it wouldn't work. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely not. You know, like, now that shit does not fly, but at least at the time it's good. Also, how you doing, Casual Maker? How you doing? How you doing? I don't know anything about Hunter S. Thompson's lawyer. I have to imagine you have to have a really good lawyer to be Hunter S. Thompson, if I'm gonna be honest. That does not surprise me. We're talking about Hunter S. Thompson and drugs, you know. You know, normal things for the Hal stream. Nothing weird whatsoever. While I'm working on my lad. There. Yeah, as one does. There's Thompson of cooking shows. Do I have to watch his stuff now? Because like that is an intriguing sentence to say. That is an intriguing sentence to say. I'm fully curious now. I'm fully curious now. It's like, I'm gonna be honest, food shows don't super, like, I'm kind of whatever. But if there's like more like meat to it, I guess that's cool. Okay, maybe instead of watching the show, maybe I just read his memoirs or something then. Okay, that could be neat. Nice. Nice. Same time. I mean, that's the tricky thing with like kind of classic conspiracy theories, is that you could go all kinds of ways for basically about everything. Shit gets wild all the fucking time. That's why I don't like modern conspiracy theories, because they're just kind of the same three things over. There's also not enough aliens, but you know. But you know, I don't even think that's a conspiracy theory. I mean, that's not too surprising. You know? So chances I would not be surprised either. Also, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, apparently I need to dig out my transmit, and probably I don't think I ever fully finished a series. I know, like, unfortunately, a lot of series that I started were just the reasons I stopped was because, yeah, I just ran out of physical volumes. Like, it's also really annoying with Transmit and a couple of other the classics, because sometimes they'll shuffle around the number of volumes in there. Oh yeah, Flurk and Sklimbo did a thing. I need to watch that. I do like me some alien bullshit. Valiant Thor, my beloved. And by beloved, I mean I just find it really funny, the idea of just like aliens and the government working together, but for peace. So let's take an eye on the lad. Let's take an eye on the lad. Oh. Oh, okay. So he basically like tricked a Food Network into doing like his kind of okay. I can appreciate that energy. That's very legit. That's very legit. I'm maybe starting to learn why people like him then. It's like I said, he's like for years people because I remember hearing him die like when people like he's dead, and it was just kind of like I just kind of assumed this is maybe very ignorant on my end, but I just kind of assumed it's like oh yeah this is like somebody else's version of like Guy Fieri where it's like yeah some food guy died, like oh that's I mean unfortunate it's never it's even if I don't know someone who died I do generally be like man that's a bummer. Unfortunate for their friends and loved ones. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. I appreciate the idea of just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm writing crime novels. Hell yeah. Good shit. Oh, that's nice. Oh, is it kind of doing a thing where you're like, hey, you think these people are probably like weird or like, like maybe like primitive or whatever. Like, no, they're real people. Their food's good. Fuck you. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I know like the one conspiracy theory that I've heard, it wasn't that new at this point. I do like the theory that the reason JFK died is because he accidentally got shot by a Secret Service dude trying to shoot Lee Harvey Oswald. which is why Lee Harvey Oswald did because apparently all the Secret Service got hella drunk the night before, and that's why Lee Harvey Oswald was like, I'm a patsy, because he just saw like another guy accidentally pop JFK, and they kept it a secret because like we were already dealing with Russia. If it got out that the Americans accidentally killed one of the most loved presidents at the time, well, no, I guess people didn't really like him in Dallas, but like if they killed the president on accident, like Russia would never stop giving a shit. Anyway, it looks like it's ad break time. BRB, wah. All right, I'm back. Bye. How's it going, everybody? I am looking for like my enamel stuff. I was like, I'm gonna get my enamel stuff prepped before. Yeah, I think I want to do a little bit more painting on him before I do some enameling. Like maybe like one more glaze layer on the fucking bubbles. Oh shit, I'm gonna need a. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna need to like varnish them anyway. So maybe today's goal. I'm in like a weird spot with my house. Like it's actually like, I think I've acclimatized to the new place. Like I feel pretty good about the new place. Everything about the new place doesn't feel too bad now. The tricky thing about the new place is that like a lot of things were set up for like a very specific convenience at the time. We're like, oh yeah, we'll do it this way just because, you know, I got the time for it. Yeah, wolf. Damn it. The mind virus is activated. But things are not quite where they're at, and I still can't quite find where some things are and some. Oh, there it is. Okay, no, I found them. Okay, they're over there in a different spot where I put them specifically in location like Z as opposed to location B. Okay. Yeah. Oh no, don't worry. Black Betty gets stuck in my. The thing is, like, especially because like every time I watch Kung Pao, the fucking like scene where that's in, it's like that is very real. That's very real and true. Yeah, I think the problem is that I realized that like, in general, Army Painter paint seemed to reactivate, and I did not have time to prime this to varnish this guy just yet. That's a lot of nuts. That'll be $4, baby. You want fries with that? We will be watching Kung Pao this year. We will be watching Kung Pao this year, absolutely, and that is going to be on my birthday, which will be in August. For birthday week, Kung Pao will absolutely happen. It needs to happen at least once. It's been long enough that several people have joined the community, which is a phrase I've never said before, but fuck it. That they need to know. They need to be aware. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? Welcome. So it's the time for another crop of people to watch Kung Pao is very, very soon. Very, very, very soon. Got some like nice little weird bulbule things. Or stand for. Oh hell yeah, let's go. Like I said, he sounds like a neat guy. He sounds like a neat guy. Right, you're like that. You. We're going back to these lads. We're going back to. Nope, there we go. We're going back to these two because these two are pretty close. Let's see. We got a little bit where I overshot the little bit of stuff. You know what's really funny, Skippy? I've seen so many variations of that quote that I kind of like totally didn't process that there was an original. Like I've seen so many reasons like once you've X, you'll never stop wanting to beat Y to death with your bare hands. Like I know the thing is like I recognize it's Anthony Bourdain. I've seen him in the quote, but like I've gotten so used to just mentally like logging that as just like a meme thing that like, oh yeah, shit, that is Anthony Bourdain. There was a real origin to that, you know? Oh, for sure, yeah. Getting a little bit there. Oh yeah, I guess I could do the touch-up little metal bits I was wanting to do. Where it's like this lad has some. What's it called? This lad has some little bits where like I clearly was doing the rust stuff, but like it just didn't really super catch. Like I used to have like a very specific brush that I could. Oh, there we go. That I could use to apply that. I have not dippable. I know like I've had like okay with like brush on primer stuff, though you have to, you know, you generally have to like thin it and stuff. Like I guess another question is like how, like, is it impossible for you to get a an airbrush? Because if the issue is just like rattle can, then like airbrush primer might not be a bad choice either. I don't know. How you doing, Lord of Bells? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Add a little bit of add a little bit of orange rust to this, just so it's like slightly more visible. I know sometimes I've used my I have airbrush primer that I have brushed on before. Like it's not super bad, but like in general, it's the usual like you're gonna want to thin your paints. I think some people when they use brush on primer, they kind of forget that's like that tenon is still accurate. So I think for the most part you can still get like pretty good results, but like it might require a couple coats and like it might be kind of tedious, but if you want to prime your models, it's not the worst way to go. And a little bit on the get some more coloration. That's good. That's good. And you got a similar. You do. Got like one. Like, oh no, he's got like a little bit. He's got like a little bit of shoulder pad left. A lot of this guy has been like assimilated into the goop, which is what I wanted. To be fair, this is exactly what I wanted. Yeah, I was gonna say yeah. If you get like an air pump, I need to do one of those as well. I'm hoping that the other options I have like a little balcony porch that I can use for airbrushing, which I need to get that set up again. But that's that's going to be potentially way the fuck in the future. Boys and cat. Ooh, hey, let's go. I know this is one thing. Speaking of that, reminds me of something I need to try. I got a little bit of Pro Acryl has a metallic medium paint, which I got and I have not used. I think I was going to use them for some of my like Death Guard not Death Guard, my Poxwalkers. What the fuck are their names? Oh, the Maggotkin dudes, like they're like new Chaos Warrior kind of equivalent looking guys. I was going to do that. I still think that's going to look pretty legit, but like those guys are still in the mail, I believe. Getting like a little bit under there as well. So I'm trying to like, I think that turned out fine. This guy's head just did not look pretty good. I'm trying to like undo that. This color. I'm gonna let those two dry. All right, Ben. What do you need? What do you need? I think generally it seems like most of the gaps are just caused by like little bits on the base that I just need to hit up. I can do that. A bad head, indeed. Yeah, there's like those guys like mostly did pretty good, but there's like a little bit of scuff on them. Oh shit, hold on. I also need just to take the green paint, the Shamrock. There we go. I just need to hit that little bit right there. To like clean my desk again. I've letting it get like hella messy. There we go. Oh wait, no, hold on. I was saving this. I was gonna wait and do this for after I did the like this little bits. Oh shit, we got a little bit. Where's the thicker copper? This is Pro Acryl Rich Gold. Hold on, is that over here? I'm doing that thing where I'm looking through like infinity paints. I put over here. No, I still really want to get another. Just like I have one rack for. I guess I have a rack that I've used for like a lot of my like not sprays, like my streaking grimes and villainy inks and whatnot. I kind of wonder if I just need a dedicated rack just for Pro Acryl at this point. Like I kind of feel like I'd get some use out of it. I guess I could use the fucking evil chrome. That's like very, very close. Oh, Saki, yeah. I'm vaguely aware of it. Like, is it the Mahjong or is it just like characters around that? Because I am friends who really like Mahjong, but like anytime I try to watch anything with Mahjong stuff in it, it goes over my head. At least with Akagi, I will say. Akagi is very fun because like even if you know very little about Mahjong, you know the idea that Akagi and everybody involved in any game he plays are horrible cheating bastards, which is great. Because it's like, if everybody's an asshole, everybody's on like a fair playing field, and that just makes Akagi just like so much crazier when he does his bullshit. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Everybody's fucking cheating. Everybody's a fucking like Yakuza member or whatever, so it's not like they're like a nice dude anyway. Cling him the fuck out. Let's do it. Oh yeah, I think I've vaguely heard something similar to that. I've only watched a little bit of Saki, and at the time I believe everybody was clothed, so I don't know. Maybe it's like a late season thing. I don't know. But... Okay, that's not too bad. I get that like under mouth grill. It's going pretty good. Terrifying size. Like, see, for me, it can't be terrifying sizes because I've seen a little bit of Aiken. Like it's really hard for any anime boob to be even of like a fraction as powerful as anyone from Aiken. Use up your boost. Oh, so Mahjong is stored in it. Oh, that's why I'm bad at Mahjong. I'm flat. Fuck me. Okay. At last I there was like a very minor sound of like genuine hurt in my voice when I said that. Like it's just like it was all for a bit, but I'm like, I think I bit it too hard. I think it sounds like I'm like genuinely spiteful. Good shit. Anime's fun though. Let's get the fucking let's start getting some of the warp stone bullshit going. This is probably gonna need a couple of coats just to make sure this is appropriately glowy and weird, but there we go. I wish this didn't. The bend is horrible, and it was less bad, and it just keeps bending back. I think it's too late to unfuck it, and I think it's gonna always like bug me a little bit. From a side profile, it's fine though, and like, you know, but it's like, even from the top, it's not too bad. It's mostly just from dead on when you're like, oh god, it's bendy as shit. I can just go here and just kind of give. I wanted this guy to look like he was just rising out of the goop, as one does. No, that's not true. Okay, when I watched a little bit of Saki, there was a guy. There was a male classmate in Saki. Maybe he gets sidelined at some point for like, maybe he was supposed to be like an audience, like an audience insert, and then once it kind of maybe the cute girls doing cute things sort of took over, so they're like, we can't have a dude anymore, so he just like leaves. But I definitely recall that there was a guy. There was a guy in Saki, if at least for a little bit. A little bit more Shamrock there. No, that's ironically, I am watching an anime that's like that. That's Simone. That is Simone. 18 years ago. Was it? Has Saki been going for that long? The thing is, I don't think I would take that as gospel. I think it could very well be that the author is fucking around, because that does kind of just sound like a joke, you know? That does kind of just sound like a joke. Yeah, I don't know if I would take that as like real true facts, but like, who knows? Like nice and relatively glowy. Also, as usual, put like a little bit in the mouth because he's a wizard. Magic is stored in the mouth, as one does. Gotta keep it kind of thinner on there too, because it would destroy too much of the color. But I think I got that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, wizard. Oh, is it like? Do you not even see like parents and stuff? See, I still like it, even for like cute girls doing cute things. I still think having like a dad character be around is kind of like nice and grounding. Huh. Well, if that's true, that's kind of funny, actually. Like, you know, shine on, Saki creator. Do your thing. Do your thing. All right, so this guy's big chillin'. Oh yeah, I need to dry brush the metals now. So he's also got little like wrappings around the. Oh yeah, I can do that real quick. Hold on. Oh yeah, no, that's not surprising. Like legitimately female mangaka are also crazy. Like it's they're usually the ones doing the real batshit stuff, honestly. I'm that like if like that would not shock me in the slightest. That would not shock me in the slightest. There. I don't know. So let's see. I don't know a lot of. To be fair, I don't know a lot of expanding boob content. I know there was I think there was like a ninja show where that was the premise, where it was like you would win boob size in a thing. How you doing, Dark Irving? How you doing? We're talking about. I don't remember what that anime is. I've never actually seen it. Of the boob ninjas. How's it going, everybody? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernot the Mimic, a major painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skate variety. How is the Fallout game treating you? Is that the? No, that's not Fallout Tactics. Why do I not remember this one? Weird. I feel like you just find out about it. You just find out about it at some point. So the campaign was kind of weird. Like the campaign itself was fine, but the last event was kind of like the person running the event wanted to have like a big like dragon kind of like guarding over the golden fleece that we need to rescue or loot depending on faction. And like he overtuned the boss so much that like basically whenever you did it was basically like whenever you did an action, if you rolled doubles, the dragon would pounce on you and do a bunch of damage. And the thing is, I run the Iron Sultanate, and my entire thing is having low armor, really, and high accuracy, and a lot of people just got died. So it was kind of anticlimactic. We are going to be doing like someone else is going to be running a campaign at some point soon-ish. Semi-Kusei. Oh, okay. I mean, so sometimes like a generic slight Kusoge for the PS2 is like it's a nice little treat. It's a nice little treat. But yeah, at some point the plan is I think that we were going to do the Malian Scouring campaign. As like a little short in between, and I think somebody's going to be doing a full-on proper, like a custom narrative campaign soon. Right now, though, my entire local scene is taken up with Mordheim. Though we've all caught the Mordheim bug, and this has caused a lot of people to show up or like come out of the woodwork. So it's kind of become like my club's like flavor of the month game, which is like these guys are meant for Mordheim. This is my sorcerer. And then the plague priest is this lad. This fine specimen. It really was like a Perils of the Dragon. I was just like, I can't do anything. Like there was the one guy who just didn't get wrecked by the scenario was the guy who played Black Grail, because like even like if the dragon was rolling a bunch of rolls, sometimes Black Grail can just be sturdy enough that like you can just luck into not dying. And this is nothing against the Black Grail player. Black Grail, I was stoked to see someone else play Black Grail because I was not at the time. Yeah, I think it's just like, unfortunately, the tricky thing about Mordheim is that like Mordheim will always have the Warhammer brand and setting behind it. Like I like Trench Crusade. I think it's a better game than Mordheim, but I think unfortunately because Mordheim was sort of like it's like the first of these kind of games. It's been around for a while, and it's a G. Even if G-Dubs does not support it, it's still G-Dubs adjacent enough that people will be like, yeah, I won't play indie game, but I'll play Games Workshop game. Games Workshop never makes bad choices, haha. Yeah, but like I like it. I'm having fun with it. I mean, a lot of it I think is having fun with my friends, and also, I'm not gonna lie, I have a bunch of fantasy stuff kicking around that I'm like, oh, this would be good for Mordheim. Like, I was showing this guy earlier. Like I got a bunch of Cruel Boys. And like these guys have been sitting in my closet forever, and like because we're doing a Mordheim thing, I'm like, oh yeah, I can repurpose these. I can do that. Yeah, we've never gotten Frostgrave up either, which is sad because I think Frostgrave is also cool. But yeah, unfortunately, I think what happened to Frostgrave is that like when Mordheim was effectively dead, like and nobody was doing anything like Mordheim, it was just really easy to go like, hey, check out Frostgrave, and like, well, we don't have Mordheim anymore, so sure. And then this is by the way, this is how bendable this ABS like resin is. I can kind of straighten it out. I'll just see if it just slowly curves back up. The other option is maybe I varnish this and see if I can like run it under like hot water or something like that. Some way that I could just get it to rebend without like blowing all the work I did. But unfortunately, I think once like the Mordheim community kind of re-picked up steam, like I think at that point it was just kind of locked in, you know. It's like, oh no, the beast has reawoken. It's like Frostgrave doesn't got a lot. I mean, I like Frostgrave, and I think it's got a lot going on personally. But I think it's just unfortunately the branding war between Frostgrave and Mordheim. Mordheim will win all 100% of the time. I think Stargrave is really cool though. I kind of wish more people would try Stargrave, but I don't know how fun it is compared to like Frostgrave. I also think Mordheim being functionally free is also really, really, really handy. Yeah, that is kind of a weird thing where it's like reading. I'm not trying to min-max, but like I still read about games that I played because I'm just curious. Because lots of times, like, you know, I'm playing Skaven, but I'm playing Eshin Skaven because I don't want sling spam. I have a couple slings in my army, but that's not the entire point. Like, the entire point is not, or like, I was thinking about doing some elves because I got some elves kicking around, and then everybody's like, elves are going to ruin a campaign because they're just too good. Dark elves, high elves, maybe wood elves are fine, maybe. I'm like, okay, good to know. I will keep that in mind, or maybe wait to see if other people are playing real crazy stuff. Yeah. For me, it's just kind of like some of the rules is like you look at them and you're like, oh, this would not be done this way. I still think having a game like it that's still I go, you go is very strange. Like that's sort of the big one. That's sort of the big one that'll always stick with me because I am very big on alternating activation. I am alternating activation for life. But it's like, yeah, that's not how Games Workshop does games. I think Warcry might have. No, I think Warcry was still you activate, your opponent activates. It's a design ethos that like is very Games Workshop, and then like the way Mordheim does it is very Games Workshop circa whatever edition of Warhammer Fantasy was out when that was out. But like, I kind of wonder if it's because like Stargrave is like, I do think to a certain degree Stargrave has like a bit of a narrative hook where it's like, okay, there's a city frozen over, it's all wizards go. And I think the problem with Stargrave is like, what's Stargrave? It's Frostgrave in space. So there's like, you have to already kind of be on board for the idea of Frostgrave. And then also there's like not as strong of a hook, like narratively. Like, I think it's cool, like, you can, like, you know, you could use your, like, Warhammer's minis or some Star Wars minis or, like, there's a bunch of cool other space games. I think it's, like, an option to play a cool game with all your minis is very, very neat. But it's, like, the narrative hooks aren't quite there. It's very much, the thing is, it's a time capsule game, but also, like, it does have a vibe. I will say, like, if you look at, like, the art and the rule books, and, like, it's a very, like, Y2K inspired game in a way that's very, very cool. Yeah. Yeah, like, and I think they did something very, like, a very rough, like, the Space Empire, and it's like, that's fine, sure. And they've done a couple of other things. Like, there was a source book where they're basically like, oh yeah, the alien from Aliens is here, and you can run it a little, like, so you can kind of run it solo if you want, and just have, like, an AI alien, like kill all your dudes. That's cool. I think solo play options are neat. Yeah, and it's like I don't know what you would do. I think there's room for a similar campaign skirmish game that's sci-fi. That might just be done by like Sword Weirdos or like Planet 28 or whatever though. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. I did find recently through a miscast video a Forbidden Psalm, like, because you know, that entire like Forbidden Psalm workboard game line is very much like, oh yeah, do your own what's it called, like people make expansions so they can get official branding. The idea of it was like basically like knights with like special gear hunting roaming mechs. I'm like, that's really legit, you know. The thing is, like, I don't think it's impossible. Like, I do think, because, Star Wars is generic at this point because Star Wars has just been around forever. I don't think it's. I think you can sell people on a space fantasy thing, or a space thing in general. I just think you need to be really directed with it. Like, if I said that the idea that it's like, okay, here's how I would frame if you were like, all right, Hal. Yo, it's me, John it's John Wargame. Pitch a version of a like Stargrave that would resonate. I think you do the idea like this. You're space outlaws. You have a terribly high bounty on your head. And the goal of the campaign is to like not get caught by the space police and pay off your bounty while also fucking with the other players, because the other players are like also trying to do like technically if they can fuck your shit up, they get part of your bounty, but also like maybe you cooperate to like raid a space tomb to get some treasure, or do you fuck them over just for that? And you just kind of have like lingering things and maybe like progressive events where it's like, okay, you missed out your bounty on this turn. So like maybe like an event, like if you lose or like if you don't pay off X amount of money per game, where you kind of have like the carrot and the stick of like, all right, you're all playing like space weirdos and renegades. Like not like could you have like a Jedi style character on there? Yeah, but like that's an anomaly. And you kind of really lean into that like kind of like sleazy, kind of like Mos Eisley Cantina sort of deal, where there's like aliens everywhere, but they're all weirdos and you don't really know what's going on, and everybody's just bleep blooping into their little boxes. I think you could maybe do something with that as like a foundation, just to give a little bit more direction. Yeah, I was Mr. Mobius. I was. You're fine. This is the second time tonight someone's told me about Yujiro being in Tekken 8, and that makes me very happy. I don't think I'm going to get Tekken 8 for Yujiro, but I'm not gonna lie, it's tempting. The idea of doing so is very tempting. I'm looking at the guy. He's still drying. Yeah, you're Elon Sleazebagano. That still cracks me up that they gave the guy the. For people who don't know, Elon Sleazebagano is the guy that tries to sell Obi-Wan Kenobi cigarettes. Or like, was it Obi-Wan or was it Anakin? He was trying to sell cigarettes in episode 2. And like on one hand, you could just be like, it's him, John Cigarette, but also Star Wars. So like, that part's really funny to me. Yes, hello, I'm Bad Guy McCreep, here to sell you cancer lettuce. Yippee. The fact that it's called, they're called death sticks. It's very silly. It's so fucking. Yeah, it's like, I actually never looked up in the Wikipedia like if death sticks are cigarettes or if they are like stronger. I feel like if you have that, you wouldn't want to, like, you know. I feel like you need to try something a little different. Also, like, I'm at like a weird wrap-up spot where it's like I have a little. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll do a little bit of goofy stuff. So these guys are from the same project of the what's it called? The Contemptor Dread, which I still need to finish. Actually, what am I doing? Let me work on those real quick. Hold on. Probably not the Dreads, but these lads. There we go. The Tartaros Terminators. need a little bit of red on their pauldron and stuff. I can fix that. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I don't think they like George Lucas is a very silly guy. I don't think he like thought things through enough. I think that's the real bit there where he's just like, yeah, because like there's a while where like I still forget if this was like a bit that he was doing to fuck with his company, that like somebody wanted to make like a Darth, and like I think he gave them the option of Darth Icky, and I think that was kind of, it was either like a weird joke or like there was some sort of, like I don't think he was being 100% with them, but it's been long enough that I don't quite remember actually. What's our topic? Space station. Yeah, I think we're all on similar wavelengths, because like, you know, a space fantasy, or even just like a space Mordheim / Trench Crusade / whatever, like that does sound cool. Like I do think that there's some legs in there, because I also do think a game like that where you could be like, all right, 40k player, listen. Sorry, I just saw that like old there's a really dumb thing from Tumblr years back where like there was a parrot from, I believe, like some dumb movie where it was in a chocolate fountain, you know, just drinking the chocolate, haha, funny movie thing. Someone thought it was real and got really angry, and they open up with the phrase, "Listen here, cum slut," or they don't open up. It's at some point in there, and it's just so fucking deranged. I guess Necromunda is true. See, I think Necromunda is neat, but also it's like, for me, Necromunda isn't a very space game. It's a very like punk game, and it's very 40k, but it doesn't space for me, if that makes any sense. Because like when I think about Necromunda, I would think cool space adventures are there, you know? I want cool space adventures. This poor brush is getting it rough. I was like trying to get like the little dot on the leg, and I'm realizing that it's like this brush is so fucked it cannot do that. I have to use like a proper brush. Yeah, it really is. That's also really funny too. Just like, once again, the Ravnor book. I did finish the first Ravnor book. I have not started the second one yet. I'm probably gonna wait till probably Tuesday to start, just because I typically like listen to those when I'm heading to the guild. Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, I do like Sigil, like it's like, but yeah. Yeah, that's kind of, it's like a rogue. Like I think that's a Stargrave lacks a strong hook, and I think being like that's another option that could work, where it's like, oh yeah, you are functionally a rogue trader, but like smaller scale, where it's like, you know, you're shipping the goods, you're going on grand adventures, you maybe you got like a weird alien sidekick that you shouldn't have, but it's cool because, you know, you got the mad cash money that if anyone tries to give you shit for it, you just kill them and or pay them off in whatever order you want. But yeah. How you doing, Spork? How you doing? So the main lad needs to be varnished, and then I probably need to touch some stuff up. I feel like reasonably good about the progress. I've also, once again, this is a Destiny. I got these two guys done. They're not my best work, but these are very quickie little minis I put together just to like run for OPR. These are just some wizards. Got a lot of progress action. I think I kind of it does slowly migrate back though. Unfortunately, that just kind of got dunked when I did my move. There's just not much I could really do there. The thing is, like, a medieval fantasy players need buy-in. That's sort of inherently a big thing. They need something to grasp onto. And unfortunately, D&D medieval fantasy does have a big culture of that, you know? Where it's like I like 40k RPGs. I like playing games that aren't like standard D&D 5th edition. But that requires people that, like, you know, are willing to put in the effort to learn a thing. And for a lot of people, the idea of like, oh, What's in this? Oh, it's Lord of Rings. Okay, but like tieflings can be in here. Okay, I got it. Like that's enough for them just to instantly kind of grasp on, and like they don't need anything else. But if you, as the more you deviate from that, the more they need like a buy-in, and they need an investment. A lot of times, a lot of people don't have that legitimately. See, I like Spelljammer a lot. That'd be great. Like honestly, it's like Spelljammer as like a skirmish game would be pretty legit, you know. Oh yeah, I'm on record of enjoying 4E. I think 4E was nice because it was D&D with like design goals. Like wow, those are cool. They didn't just regurgitate the same bullshit over and over again, and they thought about how classes interact. Whoa, cool. Wow. But yeah, then people were like, no, I hate it. And they're like, all right, fine. Have the most vanilla watered down edition. And people were like, thank you very much, Wizards of the Coast. You know, exactly the way I sound. Yeah, because that's really the era where people were doing like Unknown Armies, and like Call of Cthulhu was picking back up and like stuff like that. I feel like Unknown Armies a lot. Unknown Armies, my beloved. I need to do more Unknown Armies stuff. There we go. I'm trying to get there was a I am going to be running a Call of Cthulhu one shot at some point. There was a bit of a pause on that just because of my moves. I reached out to the players. I'm like, I'm back. We can make this real now. So that's going to happen at some point. Yeah, to be fair, I am very thankful because I grew up in environments where I could sort of take that in. Like, TG a lot of times is TG, but like, the fact that I'm very thankful that TG showed me a lot of cool RPGs that like your average person wouldn't give a shit about at the time. And then also that my first war game was War Machine. And I think the fact that War Machine was not my first war game means that like I don't have like everybody, even the people that do like the most like indie freak shit, like follow their own heart war games. All of them still have that same fuzzy vision of like, oh, when I was 8, I got a copy of Warhammer Fantasy and it changed my life. And it kind of leads to some certain degree of things getting locked in there. I'm glad I don't got that because War Machine was my first. And I like War Machine, but it meant that like, I don't have to be brand loyal. I can play whatever war game I want. It's great. Yeah, I mean, some of the, I guess it's now classic, whatever the fuck used to be New World of Darkness, which is not new anymore. They were doing some cool stuff with that around that era. Some other games from that era too. My shelf is just filled with bullshit. My shelf is filled with bullshit. Like I should like it's like I got I do also want to do the Delta, because like I got Delta Green. That might actually be an interesting one that I can maybe run with viewers. It's always tricky because like once again the investment buy-in's really, really high, and that's kind of hard to do stuff. But I think if I did it, it's like you're a singular agent doing shit. That might be more feasible. That might be something to look into. What I've been really wanting to do, I've been itching because we've been watching so much schlock. I really want to run Gamma World 7th Edition again. I really want to run it. I fucking love Gamma World. I love Gamma World 7th Edition. The card mechanic is stupid, but everything else about that system is just fucking delightful. It's such a good system. It's so fun. I wish Exalted was better. Yeah, I've played in one Exalted 2e game and we needed third-party tools to build characters because the charms were just such a pain in the dick. And now I have Exalted 3rd Edition, which I haven't even read that yet, to be honest, because the book is like that thick. It's a big ass fucking book. I got it really cheap, so like the amount of book real estate I got is great, but I'm like, I've not had the time to like crack that bad boy open. I'm probably not. I also hate it. I feel like Exalted, I don't know what you would like. I feel like someone should take Exalted away from White Wolf and just make it its entirely own thing. I think the storytelling system is probably not great for it. But anyway, let's go to the schedule. Wow. Right. Thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Schedule-wise. Muted. Excellent. So, this is probably... fishing dock, real estate. funny thing, I did have a really fun moment in Exalted 2E where we were at a banquet and some guy got poisoned. Like it was like some dragon blood noble and we needed to be undercover, and he was helping us. And I remember stealing the poison out of his body because I was playing. I think was it Twilight Cast, which were the dick ass thieves. It was really, really fun. That was neat. That's one of my favorite game moments of all time, even though the campaign didn't last much longer than that. But yeah, everyone, thank you. So like, I have not looked at People Who Raid yet because I want to talk about. So, the actual order of next week is in flux. I just want to talk about interest too. I may, if you want to post that video too in the like the share zone or what, that would also be pretty legit. So tomorrow for movie night, we might just watch Season of Witch. I don't know. I might shop around a little bit more for another movie. Next week I want to do the stream where together we make a custom Space Marine chapter. I have ideas for that. Then Fallout Half-Life 2 episode 1, maybe to episode 2. And then because I was gifted the Morkborg video game, I do want to at least play that once, just kind of, as like a thank you. Also, because, like, I'm kind of like Morkborg as a system is like relatively all right, but I'm curious to see how that translates to a video game, because I think you could maybe do some real cool shit with the setting. But yeah, YouTube people, I'm gonna cut you nerds loose. So bye, YouTube people. Bye bye. And let me see who is current.